Yes. State tells me.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our meeting to order this morning and welcome everyone to wonderful Baker City. Glad to be here. I'm Liza J. McAllister, co-chair from Wallowa County. And we're recording. Thank you, Nicole. We're going to start out this morning with one of the most important parts of our board meetings, which is public comment. So I believe this morning we're going to start right off the bat with, is it Eric first?
No, it's Chris.
Chris is
Gonna be online.
online.
Yeah, he's here. He is joining.
All right, are you waiting on me?
Yes, and we're happy to see you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it takes a couple minutes when Nicole switches me over to a participant, but yeah, good morning, everyone, OWEB board and staff. My name is Chris Knight. I'm the executive director at the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council. I just wanted to provide today an update for you on a memorial for Andrew Dutterer. And so if you give me just a second, I'm going to share my screen and show a couple slides. Bear with me.
Chris, this is Barbara Boyer, co-chair.
Yeah,
I
Barbara.
think we have some new board members that probably do not know who Andrew was. So if
Sure.
you could kind of give a little background first, please.
Absolutely. And are you seeing the slides okay?
We are. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, many of you I know will remember Andrew. Andrew was a partnerships coordinator at OWEB for a number of years before he tragically passed away in 2021. And so many of us, many current OWEB board members, and of course OWEB staff worked with Andrew. In my example as partnership coordinator, Andrew worked with the Deschutes partnership over here in Central Oregon, but he also worked with other partnerships around the state. And so many of us just loved working with him and cared a lot about him. So, you know, today I wanted to share that there's a memorial being created at Creekside Park in Sisters, Oregon, along White Shoes Creek in memory of Andrew. And today, you know, what I specifically wanted to share, and I believe Eric Williams shared this out in an email, but a dedication is being planned for this memorial on Saturday, July 20th, 2024. It'll be at 11 a.m. at the park. And at the end of my comment here, I provide my email so you can reach out to me if you'd like to attend and RSVP. But the memorial is going to include a carved wood bench, a plaque. You can see this picture to the right. This is a plaque that's going on a boulder that just was installed last week as part of the memorial. And then there's going to be an interpretive sign about partnerships and collaboration related to White Shoes Creek, but you know, it connects to that work that Andrew did, you know, in working with his family, thinking about what helps remember him through an interpretive sign. It's that partnership and collaboration that he cared so much about. So I've been working with Andrew's family to create this memorial, and they would just like to welcome anyone that knew or worked with Andrew to attend this dedication. I'd like to show you the picture of the bench that's been created, and it's just, you know, I thought I'd share these pictures because, you know, the picture on the left was the concept that we came up with the artist, and this is a local artist in Sisters named Skip Armstrong, who just has an amazing talent as woodworker. But just to give you some perspective, this bench is about 8 to 9 feet wide, and so 3 people will be able to sit there on that bench. But you can see the fish, the steelhead in the back of the bench, and then also on the backside there's fish swimming upstream. But then you can see the otters around the edge of the bench. But you know, I just think it's going to be a wonderful remembrance for Andrew, and people will enjoy coming to the park and seeing this bench. And just to connect it a little bit, here are a couple photos that show where this memorial will be located. The photo on the left is Creekside Park. And the reason we chose this location, Andrew was involved in this project that's right in downtown Sisters. And so part of the project was to fence off the riparian area and replant it. We did some end stream work, but we also created these 4 access points with stone steps down to the creek. And so this, and Andrew really recognized the importance of connecting the public and the community to their local stream. So this is going to be a place where people will gather alongside the creek, and there will be this memorial for Andrew. Picture on the right here is just, this is the view from the bench that we've selected with the family. And so the view while you're sitting on that bench will be looking out over White Shoes Creek. So like I mentioned, if anyone has interest in attending this memorial dedication, you could of course reach out to Eric Williams. He has the details, but also here's my email down at the bottom. Please reach out and I can get you the information on how to sign up to attend. And then we're planning to have a lunch after the dedication ceremony there in Sisters, where everybody can spend a few hours gathering and remembering Andrew. So that's the comment I had today, and appreciate everyone's time, and appreciate the opportunity to share this with you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, next is Andrea. Mark has a question. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. Jane, not a question, just a comment. And I'm probably speaking for the entire board, Chris, but can't thank you and the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council for the effort that you've put into this memorial. We all remember Andrew very fondly, and for you and all the partners that I'm sure were behind the scenes and helping to put this together. Thank you. This will be a very special day for Andrew and his family and for OWEB. Thank you.
And then quickly, just a comment. Am I correct in remembering that he designed the salmon plate? Did I think Andrew designed that?
He guided the artist.
Okay, thank you. So think of him every time you see a salmon plate.
Any other comments? Hey, thank you. Thank you, Chris, very much. I hope to be there. Andrea, welcome.
Thank you. So for the record, good morning. My name is Andrea Kreiner, and I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. And I'm speaking here on behalf of the Oregon Conservation Partnership, which is NAUSE, COLT, Ocean, and OACD. And we want to update you on some of the work we're doing with our partnership grant funding. So as you may be aware, Connect Plus was held last week. It had the largest attendance ever. There were 494 people registered, 394 people registered with over 400 attending. In fact, Ocean and April, they cut off registration at the beginning of April because it was getting too big for the venue. So that was very exciting. They need to find a bigger venue next time. One of the very exciting things going on is we are in the process of interviewing folks to build the grant hub and to manage it. We have a couple of excellent possibilities, so we hope to have that project underway in May. We've submitted written comments on the budget and POP, so I won't go into those now. But lastly, we're planning for our legislative tours this fall, and we'll keep you apprised as they're scheduled. We'd all love to have some board members on the tours. It's a really great experience to see, what our members are doing. And so that's all from us. So thank you for the opportunity to comment. Nicole, you want me to do OACDs now as well, or?
Yeah, I think.
Unless there are questions on that one. So I won't reintroduce myself, although this is a new set of comments.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So this is OACD itself, and I'll be providing comments tomorrow on the POP and budget from OACD. But I just wanted to update you that OACD's board adopted its first diversity, equity, and inclusion policy in March. And the board is now developing an action plan to support our districts in implementing, in their DEI efforts in whatever makes sense for each district. We're taking a broad view of, the thing is conservation on every acre for every American every day. So what does that mean in each district is different, and we need to support the district's efforts to expand to be as inclusive as possible in those efforts. We've also begun, as Lindsay mentioned yesterday, looking at our tribal engagement that our districts are doing. And I actually did a straw poll of our district managers, and I was surprised at how much tribal engagement's going on. But the most exciting part to me was that it was working both ways. Tribes helping out districts and districts helping out tribes. And to me, that's the way a relationship should be. So we're going to continue the discussions. In fact, I'm meeting with Teacham Conservation District tomorrow to see where can we build on those relationships where they haven't gotten off the ground yet, what makes sense for everyone. So thank you again for the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you, Andrea. Any comments, Andrea? Okay, thank you very much. Next, Dean. Good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. I didn't probably have to travel as far as some of the rest of you. And I've met Stephanie. I don't know if I've met anybody else on the board yet or not. But anyway, my name is Dean DeFries. My wife and I operate a cattle and timber ranch in Sumter Valley, about 25 miles southwest of Baker City. And I'm also chairman of the Baker Valley Soil and Water Conservation District. And so that's where my comments are coming from this morning. I really got involved with OWEB. Well, we've done 3 big projects on my ranch in the last 15 years, and OWEB was involved with each of them. The first one was, and some of you may have been on a tour for this because it's quite an exciting project, but we reclaimed about almost 50 acres of the dredge tailings that are in the Sumter Valley using cattle and hoof action, and tried to reestablish some vegetation on that, and it was quite successful actually. We did a project on a diversion in the Powder River to help stabilize the stream banks and provide for better fish passage. And the third project we've done is off-stream watering that allowed more water to stay in the stream over the wintertime particularly. So it was, and those all preceded my time as a chairman of the SWCD, but it really got me interested in the whole process, and I saw the value of those projects. And so I just wanted, my comments today are going to be brief. I really just want to say thank you so much for what you do and for your consideration. You know, we've had so many projects in Baker Valley over the years that have made a huge difference in water quality and water savings. And I wanted to thank the OWEB board for considering those. We've got a fantastic staff, and I'm sure many of you have met Whitney and Tara and Corey that help us vet these projects, you know, do the research, present them to the board. We've got a great board that reviews those projects, and then trying to put the partnerships together to make those projects work. And just wanted to say, you know, thank you. I think with inflationary pressures that we're seeing, the cost of these projects really seem to be skyrocketing. So we need to be very cognizant of how we spend those dollars and make sure we're getting the best bang for the buck. So that's all I've got for today, and unless there's any questions for me.
Comments, questions? Thank you. I was able to come look at some of those projects, and I really appreciate it. It's awesome, very exciting. Okay, Carson, I think I saw you here virtually. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Morning. Thank you. I'm so sad I'm not able to join you guys in person today, but happy to be joining virtually. Co-chairs Boyer and McAllister, members of the board, thank you for the time today to provide some public comment. My name's Carson. I'm the Conservation Program Manager at the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. We represent 31 members, including land trusts, soil and water conservation districts, and conservation organizations working across Oregon. I'm here today to provide some brief comments on the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program and the strategic plan refresh. As the board is well aware, COLT and our land trust, conservation, and agriculture partners have been at the forefront of advocacy for OAHP, and we are so thrilled to celebrate the $5.161 million allocated for OAHP grants and administration through SB 5701. Our members are excited to get this funding on the ground to protect agricultural and ranch conservation lands across the state, and we respectfully recommend that the board approve receipt of that funding through SB 5701 and amend the other funds section of the spending plan to include this funding for OAHP. However, we were extremely disappointed to learn this week that the governor's office has directed agencies to limit their general fund requests above 1% of current funding. And we understand that OWEB intends to remove the $20 million POP funding OAHP, and we'd have to pursue a legislative pathway for more funding. I just wanted to thank the OWEB staff and board for prioritizing robust funding for this program through a POP in the first place, and thank you for working to elevate this important program. Over the summer, we're going to work with our legislative champions to draft a bill to fund OAHP in the 25 legislative session. We'll work with our members to host a tour focused on OAHP and target attendance from the governor's office to hopefully elevate this program within the governor's office, and work with our conservation partners to get OAHP funding as a priority with the Environmental Caucus. And finally, I wanted to give some brief comments on the strategic plan. You can find our more comprehensive comments in the written testimony we submitted. In the most recent version, we did notice that the role and impact of protection was not mentioned in the refresh document. It might be implicitly included because land acquisition is part of restoration strategies. But as one of the only agencies that operate a land acquisition program in Oregon, COLT and our members really believe that land protection should and could appear outright in each of the 6 priorities, as does restoration. Land acquisition should be part of the storytelling within the strategic plan refresh, because we believe so much in its power to build healthy watersheds, promote climate adaptation and resilience, create opportunities for long-term carbon sequestration and storage, achieving equity and justice goals, and meaningfully engaging communities across the state. Thank you again so much for all your work and for the time to comment today.
Thank you. Any comments, Carson? Thank you very much. We've also received, yes, ma'am? Gary's here. Gary. There
Hi,
you
everyone.
are. Good morning.
Good morning. Gary Marshall, OWEB member, board member. Carson, I read through your letter that you presented here, and I have to say that I couldn't agree with you more about the whole concept of protection as well as restoration. To me, that they're kind of one of the same, but they're a little bit different. And protection kind of goes towards maybe supporting quantity first and quality second, and restoration is more about quality and then quantity. I mean, they're both there, and I think they both need to be part of what OWEB does and we're about. So I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Meg.
Thank you, Liza Jane. So yesterday, I didn't see the COLT letter until we were kind of in process, and I wanted to think about it. And I was going to mention this in other business, but since Gary brought it up, this seems like a good time. I agree with what Gary just said, basically. I think I like the idea of incorporating protections specifically in the ways that COLT recommends, not necessarily exactly that way, but that it should get factored in. So my 2 cents.
Thank you. Bruce.
I concur.
Thank you. Good. Okay. We also received, I just want to acknowledge the written testimony we received from Andrea Kreiner, Eric Dickey, a large coalition of land trusts, and Gary Young. So we appreciate very much hearing from the public and the effort it takes to get here or write to us on time is really appreciated. We have just a minute that I want to take in a quick introduction. Again, I wasn't here yesterday. I was actually in Spain at a bullfight less than a week ago. So I haven't really arrived quite yet, but I should be landing shortly, I hope. So I'm happy to be here, but I'd love to go around and start virtually with our board members that are here. So folks that weren't here yesterday know who we are and who and what you represent. Anything you want to say. Go ahead, Gary.
Just wanted me to introduce myself, Liza Jane.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm Gary Marshall, member at large from southeastern Oregon. Basically Harney Lake, Malheur zone, high desert basin region. Been on the board for quite a few years. As a matter of fact, I'm overdue to be replaced here. So just filling in until the governor's office can find a replacement here. So it's been a great experience, and so anybody out there in the audience that would be interested in serving the state, I would highly recommend this. So that's all.
Thank you, Gary. Mark, where are you? I don't think you have your background aligned with your location, but tell me.
Good morning, Mark Lavaport, and I have the privilege of representing the ODF&W Commission. And I'm not quite as bad as you, Martha Jane, but I'm in the middle of the Pacific Ocean right now. It's 5:30 in the morning here. So I've been on OWEB for 5 years now, and very much appreciate the work that OWEB does. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think I'm at Tapa time somewhere if I left any in Spain. So that's all right. We're here. Bell's on. Jamie, please.
Hi, Jamie McLeod-Skinner. I'm a voting member, serve the public at large, based in Central Oregon. And just as a factoid, so you know how much of an impact Gary's family has had in Oregon. His uncle was my high school principal in Southern Oregon. There's a factoid for you. And I've been on the board since, I believe, 2019.
Thank you. Aaron.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Curtis, and I'm a non-voting representative from the Bureau of Land Management. I work at the BLM Oregon Washington State Office's Division of Resources in Portland, Oregon. And I've been on the board for about 1.5 years now, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us virtually. We appreciate it. Bruce.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Buckmaster from Astoria. I'm a public at large member. With the exception of Stephen Brandt, who's been here since water, I think I'm the oldest serving board member because I was there with Oregon Fish and Wildlife before I was on the board.
I was going to give you the oldest, not the longest.
Easily the oldest.
Thank you, Bruce. Meg.
I'm Meg Reeves. I'm here as a member of the Water Resources Commission, and I don't actually know how long I think it was 2018 when I joined the OWEB staff or board.
And Dan.
Good morning, Liza Jane. Hey, everyone. I'm Dan Shively. I'm the U.S. Forest Service representative to the OWEB board. And Liza Jane, I made an announcement yesterday during my update. So this is my last in-person board meeting. I'll soon be replaced by Brian Staub. Gonna miss you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Liza. My name is Chris Allen. I'm a non-voting board member representing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I work out of our state office in Portland. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay McClary. I am a public at-large voting member. I live in Salem. I work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde in the Natural Resources Department. And last month, I had been on the board for 2 years.
Wow.
Barbara Boyer. I am a farmer out of Yamhill County, and I sit here as a representative of the State Board of Agriculture, and I'm a voting member and co-chair.
Good morning, Stephanie Page, Acting Executive Director at OWEB, and I want to say welcome to all the folks in the community who are here in the audience today. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, Liz Ekpawa, on the Board of Forestry and liaison to OWEB, and a voting member, and from Medford, Oregon, and the beautiful Rogue Valley.
Mark.
Test Barbara, I was gonna talk about and see how.
Yeah. He doesn't like the microphone.
So I'm Mark Webb. I live in Grant County, Executive Director for Blue Mountain Forest Partners. I'm here in my capacity as a liaison for the Environmental Quality Commission. Been here, this is my first meeting.
My name is Dan Brown, and I am a non-voting member representing the Environmental Protection Agency. I work out of our Oregon Operations Office in Portland.
Very good. Could I ask the staff to also introduce yourself that's with us today? You guys organized that. Eric, anybody?
You want everybody?
You just stand up and tell us who you are, that you're OWEB staff.
All right, let's start in the back of the room.
Thank you.
Kobe.
Kobe Minton, OWEB's East Region, Region 5 Program Representative, working in Grant, Lao, now here in Hart County.
I'm Katie Duvick, and I am OWEB Regional Program Representative from the North Coast, and I hail from the Newport area.
I'm Mark Rendon, I'm the Region 2 Program Rep located in Bedford in the Southwest region.
Good morning, Liz Redon, another Regional Program Representative for the Willamette Valley. I, Amy Shrek, Regional Program Representative for Region 6, Mid-County Region, and Johnny. Good morning, I'm Mary Sheriff, Fiscal Officer, Business Operations Manager, and Salem.
Good morning, my name is Craig Casinella. I'm the last Regional Program Representative that will introduce themselves today. I'm from Central Oregon Region, Region 4.
Good morning, I'm Julia McCarthy, Partnerships Coordinator, and out of Salem.
Audrey.
Good morning, I'm Audrey Hatch, I'm the Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. I work on many things, monitoring and reporting out of Salem and work across the state. Good morning, I'm Courtney Schaff, the Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager for OWEB out of Salem. Good morning, everyone, Renee Davis, Acquisition Special Program Manager of
And good morning, everyone. Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator based in Salem.
Good morning, I'm Denise Hoffert, one of OWEB's Partnerships Coordinators based out of Albany.
And I'm Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB.
You forgot the two most important.
I did not.
They didn't. Thank you. Nicole Bednardi, OWEB. What am I? I am the OWEB Executive Assistant and Board Liaison. And I'm Linda Replinger, I'm the Publication Specialist.
And Mr. Wizard? Regan? Yeah. Thank you. Your magic is appreciated for us. Very good. Thank you for taking that time.
And who are you?
I already did that. I'm in Spain. My name's Liza Jane McAllister. I'm a rancher from Wallowa County and I'm a voting member representing the public and serving as co-chair for my second term here, wrapping up.
All right, great. All right, moving on down to our agenda. We are on agenda we're E. And I am looking for approval of our January 2024 and February 2024 meeting minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Bruce, seconded by Jamie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, we're at item F on our agenda, which is our director updates. We'll start with Stephanie.
All right, good morning again. Before I go into my updates, I wanted to thank the Baker County Soil and Water Conservation Districts for a great tour yesterday. We visited several ag water quality projects where OWEB was one of the funders of the projects. So it was really impressive to see the work to help enhance ag water quality and the monitoring that's being done in partnership with the funders and the landowners, as well as with the district. So thanks again for that. And I wanted to note the tour included several projects that are within a strategic implementation area, and that's an interagency effort as well as an effort involving local partners and landowners that OWEB works together with ODFW, DEQ, and ODA on, as well as being the funder. So great opportunity while we were out here. Just wanted to note, as I did in January, that OWEB is celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. So we'll be continuing to celebrate throughout the year, and you might see some social media posts about it and other methods of recognition. So for all of you who have been partners with us at some point during those 25 years, thank you. Thank you for your partnership. Quick update on the executive director recruitment. So the deadline for applications for the OWEB executive director was April 4th. There was one round of interviews, which you heard about yesterday. Board member Lindsay McClary participated on that. And so that process is continuing to move forward. Reminder that in July, the board will elect a new co-chair. Liza Jane's term as co-chair is up in July, and her service on the board ends in 2025. So we've included the process for co-chair election, which the board adopted at its October meeting, in your meeting materials. And I'll review a few points from that process. So the co-chair, whose seat is not up for re-election, Barbara, will conduct the elections process. The tribal representative is strongly encouraged to serve as co-chair. No more than one co-chair may be a representative from a state board or commission. In July, the co-chair overseeing the process will accept nominations from the floor for co-chair. And the procedure to vote on the co-chair election follows voting and quorum rules. Okay, so that was a review of that. Moving on to a little bit of agenda preview, we've got a really packed agenda once again for this board meeting. And I think that's something several of us have observed during the last few meetings, and reflecting that OWEB's grant portfolio has diversified, and we're seeking more agenda time just for that core grant making work that OWEB does. We've also prioritized time on the agenda later today to connect with and tour with OWEB partners. It's a really important part of being in communities around the state. The board will be making really significant awards at this meeting, focused investment partnerships, a new cohort, land acquisition grant awards, and open solicitation grant awards. And I want to note all of the work that went into the application reviews that brought us to where we are today, and that is the staff funding recommendations that you see in your board materials. To get to the recommendations represents significant work by OWEB staff, by all of the technical reviewers that serve on the OWEB review teams, and in the case of the focused investment partnerships, the board's grants committee, as well as the applicants and the partners that they worked with who put the projects together. You will notice that the open solicitation grant awards presentation is shorter than it has been in the past. And this is to help make sure we get through all of our grant making agenda items at this meeting while protecting that time to connect with and tour today with local partners. Given the board's interest and engagement on the climate criteria and how those have been woven into grant applications, I put together in the director's report section of your board meeting materials a report about the climate criteria and the open solicitation grant reviews. So, and to put that together, all of the OWEB regional staff helped inform that report. So it highlights some of the applications that did a great job addressing the climate criteria, and it provides our staff's perspective too on how that first round of interviews went that included the evaluative criteria. I think I heard very positive feedback from the staff on how that went. I think what the quote from one of the staff was, they felt their grantees really knocked it out of the park. So good reviews on how the process went. I'm excited about the open solicitation awards and the diversity of the projects that you see in there. The projects continue to support plans such as the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, the Oregon Wildlife Conservation Strategy, total maximum daily loads, or in other words, clean water plans that are put together by partner agencies. And these are state priorities that inform OWEB's grant making. Our restoration grant evaluation criteria also include the strategic nature of proposed projects, referencing a specific geography that's prioritized in a watershed restoration plan. The recommended projects also incorporate the board's priorities, including climate resiliency and engagement of communities disproportionately impacted by climate change. And just want to recognize our partners and staff and review teams for their work to evaluate these projects. I would like to also appreciate our staff and our Rules Advisory Committee members that are working through a couple of really significant rulemakings with us. One is the small grant program rulemaking, and that has broadened the eligible entities for the program. It's helped provide for grantee administrative costs, and it's enhanced how we look at both the water quality and the water quantity benefits of projects while meeting community needs. So that's one of the rulemakings going on. The second is the rulemaking for a new land acquisition grant program that supports source water protection. This has been a big lift in multiple ways. This program has involved building relationships with new folks who we haven't worked with before, new community partners such as local drinking water service providers. And it's also involved a steep learning curve on the requirements of lottery bond funding. $4 million out of the $5 million that we received for this program is lottery bond funding. So there are a lot of unique requirements associated with that. So a lot of federal requirements as well as state requirements that we've needed to learn about. And both of these rules should be up for consideration by the board in July for both of those programs. I wanted to mention one more thing that's in progress that you'll be hearing about at a future meeting, and that is OWEB, as the state's applicant for Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funding, is working with the National Marine Fisheries Service on a programmatic agreement for National Historic Preservation Act compliance. So that's something that has been initiated by the National Marine Fisheries Service or National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and so we will be working to finalize that agreement and implement that over the next few months. You've heard kind of alluded to during some of the comments. I wanted to mention some budget instructions that all state agencies received and further guidance on last week, and you'll hear more about this tomorrow during our budget presentation as well. Just want to note that all agencies will be extremely limited in terms of what we can ask for in terms of general funds. We are actually surprised and thankful that OWEB was given a small amount of general fund allowance that we can ask for. We weren't expecting that based on the instructions that went out to state agencies. So at least we get a little bit that we are allowed to ask for. But as you heard, it does mean that some of our general fund requests, like the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, additional grant investment, have to come off our list. And while we do not have the same constraints on the lottery dollars that we will be requesting in our lottery funded POPs, we have still shortened that list, just recognizing that those dollars are also going to be extremely constrained. So with that, I think that's everything I wanted to cover this morning, and I'm going to pass the baton to Eric Hartstein to provide an update on the February short session and some legislation that will have significant impacts to OWEB. It was a pretty exciting session for us. There's new investments in the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, as you heard. A lot of work by the advocates went into that. And then there was a lot of prep work by our staff, and we also received a brand new program that will be the fiscal agent for that you are going to hear about from Eric.
Eric, excuse me, for board members, if you have questions throughout this, please write those down and we'll get to those when we're done. Go ahead. Thank you, Eric.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Co-Chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator. And I'm going to be giving just a pretty brief overview of the 2024 legislative session. We had a number of bills that were introduced in the session that would have had impacts to OWEB, and 3 of those bills passed. And I'll give a really brief background on 2 of the bills and then spend the rest of our time on the other one. So the first is Senate Bill 4102, which is a bill that simply allows for monies from any source in addition to state funding to be added to the Natural and Working Lands Fund, which is appropriated to OWEB to transfer at the direction of the Oregon Climate Action Commission. So you'll be hearing a little bit more about OWEB's portion of this fund in the next agenda item. And you'll also be hearing more about that with Senate Bill 5701, which includes over $5.1 million for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program for grants and operations. So the bill that we would like to spend a little bit more time on is Senate Bill 1561, which is related to the Monsanto settlement agreement. So first, a little background. In late 2022, Monsanto settled for nearly $700 million for the state of Oregon over contamination associated with PCBs in the state. And the settlement agreement describes how the funds will be used, and that is for environmental remediation or restitution projects relating to restoring, maintaining, and enhancing the quality of Oregon's air, land, water, and other natural resources. So the bill sets the process for the distribution of the settlement funds, and it uses OWEB as that distribution vehicle through an established Environmental Restoration Council and an Environmental Restoration Fund that I'll describe here in the next few slides. So the Environmental Restoration Council, which is established in the bill, is an independent body. It will be separate from the OWEB board. The council will consist of 11 voting members, including the governor, the attorney general, or their designees, along with the directors of DEQ, ODFW, and the Oregon Health Authority, or their designees, along with 6 members of the public, which will be appointed by the governor, who have interest in environmental remediation and the impacts from contamination to water, air, or land on people or the environment. And at least 2 of those members must possess scientific expertise with the environmental or human health impacts of PCBs or similar substances. There will also be 2 non-voting members to the council. One will be a House of Representatives member and the other a member of the Senate. So once the council will be set up, they're really going to have to hit the ground running, as they will be adopting rules on fund transfers and the grant program, which I'll describe here in the next slide. So the Environmental Restoration Fund, which is established by the bill, is really kind of set up like an endowment. So there'll be a long-term distribution policy that will be adopted by the council, with essentially the interest on that principle being applied annually to 3 separate funds. So the first fund, 50% would go to the state agency program fund, where allocations to state agencies would be used to supplement existing programs or projects that are consistent with the terms of the settlement agreement. 25% would go to the Tribal Nation Natural Resource Program Fund, with transfers made in equal amounts to federally recognized tribes in Oregon for projects or programs that are also consistent with the settlement agreement. And then 25% would go to the Disproportionately Impacted Community Fund, which would involve a grant program to nonprofits to carry out projects or programs consistent with the settlement agreement. And OWEB would be involved in all three of these funds to a certain extent. But this grant program is where the agency could really play an important role in administering the grant program. However, I will note that the bill does contain language that the council can decide to contract out administration of the disproportionately impacted community grant program to an independent third party. So we'll know more about the direction of this as the council has stood up and begins working their way through some of the strategic prioritization and rulemaking process that they will engage with in the program. So next steps, we will soon be recruiting a manager to oversee the programs. And after we have somebody on board in that capacity, we'll be recruiting some additional OWEB staff who will provide administrative, fiscal, IT, policy, and project management support. There was an initial $5 million allocation in the bill for program administration. And then beyond that, there'll be 0.25% of the principal balance, which we used for program administration. So in addition to OWEB, there's staff with ODFW and DEQ. They each received a position in the legislation to provide for technical support in the programs, and I'm sure will play a real critical role with the development of strategic priorities and rules that will be governing the program. So we'll be working with the governor's office and setting up the Environmental Restoration Council, and then we need to be embarking pretty quickly on the rulemaking and strategic priorities process in order to get everything stood up. And I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Excuse me.
Liz. Thank you, Eric. I just have a couple questions. One is there, there was this litigation, so I'm sure that there was some very factual information about geographical location of impacts. Will that guide the granting and the distribution of funds in these three areas? Is that expected to do that? And if there was that information, can you say, is there a specific part of Oregon that it has been impacted by this PCB contamination?
I think that the geographic lens on which this would be applied will probably come up through the strategic prioritization that the council will be engaged in. The settlement agreement is quite broad, and I think that prioritization will really kind of focus where the funding will be going.
Okay, and then I just have one quick other question. Did I hear that the distribution on an annual or biannual basis, whatever it ends up, is the interest of the 700 million, or is it, okay, it's just the interest of that?
Essentially, yeah, it'll be the interest. And the way this is set up is that it is a 50-year program in which the interest will be applied to these funds. And then in 50 years, the council will make a recommendation if they want to move forward with this same approach or start to dip into that principal balance and then be slowly expended over the next 50 years. So really, this is at least a 100-year program.
Right. A lot of us won't be here by then, but.
Unless there's some medical advances.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Thank you. Mark.
Thank you, Liza Jane. Similar to Liz's comment, in our briefing for the ODFW Commission, Eric, the 700 million in endowment and a certain allocation per year. Do you have that figure? Because I think there's a lot of folks out there that are wondering about how much is going to be distributed to those three pots. Estimate?
Yeah. So when we developed our fiscal impact statement for the bill, we had some assumptions. And One, that we heard that the amount available right now was approximately $580 million that's remaining in the fund. So we were making some assumptions, and we said 5% interest. And with that, it would be $14.5 million on a biennial basis for the disproportionately impacted community fund and the tribal nation fund, and then approximately $29-30 million per biennium for the state agency fund. But again, caveat, these were our assumptions.
Sure.
Okay, Meg, and then Jamie.
Thank you. So, Eric, could you go back to the previous slide, I think it was, that showed, yeah, this one. So 2 of these are transfers and 1 of them is grants. Are the transfers just going to come to the agencies? How's that going to work? Or what's the difference between the transfers and the grants?
Yeah, so so 2 things. One, the transfer to the state agency program fund, that will be determined, how that will work will be determined through the strategic prioritization process and rulemaking to a certain extent. The transfers to the tribal nation natural resource program, those just need to be consistent with the terms of the settlement agreement. The strategic prioritization really just applies to the state agency program fund and the disproportionately impacted community fund, which would be the grants.
And so the tribal transfers, the tribal nations will make decisions about prioritizing.
Correct.
And then, but the council will send the money to agencies with a set of guiding principles, essentially?
I think that's the idea.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Jamie, and then Chris.
Yeah, appreciate the questions asked. My colleagues asked some of the questions. One of the questions I had is we often raise concerns about staff time and allocation of staff time. And I did hear you mention that there would be a staff member hired for this, but you also talked about the rulemaking process. Are we anticipating this is going to take a lot of OWEB staff time away from other current priorities, or is that a concern at all?
I think that existing staff will need to play a role in setting up these programs. We will be bringing on a number of new staff, but there's the existing experience that will play a pretty integral role kind of across the board. So and that definitely is a consideration.
Okay, Chris, and then Gary, and then Bruce.
Thanks for the overview, Eric. A lot of exciting opportunities here. Could you speak to the state agency program fund a little more and how that might work, and have the state agencies that might be benefactors been identified?
Yes. So, I mean, that's part of the reason why the council has ODFW, DEQ, OAHA representation on it. So it'll really be going to those programs, projects that can be used for environmental remediation, specific to PCBs, but then really kind of broadly to other contaminants. So that will be a process in which the council will determine through their strategic prioritization about kind of what those transfers will look like and how they will be applied to the various agencies. That has to be consistent with the settlement agreement, though.
Gary, and then Bruce.
Okay, thank you, Eric. So I just have one question here that pertaining to the Tribal Nation Natural Resource Program transfer and the disproportionately impact community grants. What if what if tribal nations were part of a disproportionately impacted community also? Would this their percentage be restricted to that, or would they also be available for possible grants out of that third part, out of that fund?
Gary, I think
too early to know.
Yeah, I think the disproportionately impacted community fund will be dedicated to nonprofits. So the Tribal Nation Natural Resources Program Fund will be set up distinct for tribes and then the disproportionately impacted community fund for nonprofit organizations working to implement projects or programs that are consistent with the settlement agreement.
I see. Thank you, Eric.
And Bruce?
I just want to check my understanding on this, Eric. It seems like that, as you've explained it, there's a great deal of work with some additional staff for OWEB staff moving forward with this great program. However, it looks to me like there's almost no role for the OWEB, the current OWEB board. So this is really got, once it gets stood up, it doesn't have a lot to do with any decisions we make.
Yes, that's correct, Bruce.
Who holds the principal?
That's Treasury, I believe, is where it is being held in a fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meg?
Thank you. I just wanted a follow-up to Bruce's question. So about OWEB's role, the board's role. So so funds would get transferred to, well, actually, for these, we don't expect these funds to come to OWEB? Okay, now I get it, never mind. I was thinking, who's going to make those? And with the other agencies that will be getting funds from the state agency programs, will the decision-making on those funds won't go back to the council? It'll happen at their board or commission levels, or however they run their grant programs?
Yeah, I think with their programs, that's where it'll be determined, and then the council will then allocate for those transfers to the state agencies.
And then once allocated, then they'll run it through their program as they would any other? Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you for the questions, Eric. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So I think next we have a written-only rulemaking update in our board packets. Is the strategic plan is written, climate criteria is written, and Klamath River Renewal Corporation update is written. Do we have any other updates I'm missing? Well, guess what time it is? Break time.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
where possible, and when people are making presentations, if they can give the page number of where referencing in the ebook, it'll save my wheel work quite a bit.
Okay, yes, I fully understand. We can do that as well.
This Russian novel that we have.
Yeah. Okay, let's see, we resume again at 9:35. Let's call it 9:45. Great, thank you very much. Goodies in the back. body has goosebumps.
I know, it's crazy.
Oh,
My friends call it spirit.
I love that.
All right, if everybody could find their way back to their seats, please. All right, we are now on to Agenda G, and we've got Renee in person and Taylor on the screen. Welcome.
Great, thank you, Co-Chair Boyer. Good morning, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager at OWEB. Taylor Larson, our coordinator for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, is with us virtually. Good morning, Taylor.
Nice to be
we're
here.
walking you through agenda item G. This is page 83 of your ebook, just to keep everyone on track. So this is a bit of a conglomeration of different topics in this particular agenda item. So one will be asking for the board to approve receipt of funding for a couple different programs. I'll start off with one piece and then we'll transition to Taylor for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program funding pieces. And then we also are asking the board to approve initiation of rulemaking for OAHP. So Taylor will talk a little bit about that piece also. So we'll start with the funding allocation. So these are outlined on page 2 of the staff report, the table that's listed there. It gives you a sense of the multiple components of the funding. So the first is $2.5 million in funding associated with the Natural and Working Lands Fund. So this emerged out of House Bill 3409, which passed during the 2023 long legislative session. Another piece of funding that we'll be talking about with you today, and it was referenced earlier today a few different times, I think, actually, is associated with Senate Bill 5701 from the short legislative session that just ended. So this was an end of session bill that provided funding, both grant funding and operations funding to the OAHP program. So we'll walk you through those pieces too. So in terms of the Natural and Working Lands funding out of House Bill 3409, so this is actually overseen by the Oregon Climate Action Commission, previously the Oregon Global Warming Commission. So it's been renamed. Has a few different expectations attached to the funding. So those are listed in the staff report. One is to provide funding for natural climate solution incentives for landowners and land managers, also for tribes and EJA communities. A second piece of it is to provide financial assistance and essentially to provide technical support to get to promotion of natural climate solutions. So very climate-centric focused in terms of the 3409 funding. And overall, there was $10 million allocated as part of the Natural and Working Lands Fund. OWEB was named as the fiscal agent for all $10 million of that fund. So a bit like the Monsanto situation that Eric Hartstein just described. But then within the $10 million funding, there are 4 sub-funds that are attached to 4 different agencies. So there's Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Agriculture, Oregon Department of Forestry, and OWEB is also one of the named agencies for a sub-fund. So those exist in terms of our 2 roles, overarching fiscal agent, and then to administer the $2.5 million in the OWEB sub-fund. So in early 2024, the Oregon Climate Action Commission did allocate $2.5 million to OWEB specific for some particular investments. This, I want to acknowledge on record, it was partly the result of great work by both Taylor and also Jesse Kirschner, our former climate coordinator. So Jesse did a huge amount of work in terms of communicating what was possible in terms of how the funding could hit the ground at OWEB, and Steph too, great work on that. So in terms of the $2.5 million coming to OWEB, $1.5 million of that is specifically focused for open solicitation grant investments, and that's in the restoration area and also the technical assistance area. So those would, again, provide funding for projects that could provide climate benefits. So that could be riparian plantings, it could be invasive treatments, it could be wildfire resilience. So a whole host of potential activities could be supported through open solicitation. $750,000 of the funding is specifically tapped for Oregon Ag Heritage Program. Taylor will talk about that shortly. And then $250,000 for administrative support for the agency to actually administer those funds through open solicitation and OAHP. So before I turn it over to Taylor, I do want to mention that the Oregon Climate Action Commission funding does actually have an expectation of some outreach associated with it. So we are awaiting hiring of our new climate coordinator to kick off that process, and that will specifically engage with tribes and EJ communities about some focus areas where these climate investments could be particularly beneficial for those communities. So I think with that, Taylor, I'll turn over the OAHP portion of 3409 funding to you.
Sure. Thanks, Renee. Yeah, so as Renee mentioned, 750,000 of the 2.5 million was earmarked for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. And that's for spending in 2 of our 4 grant programs. So our technical assistance program through OAHP, as well as our conservation management planning grant program, both for the development and then the implementation of these conservation management plans through a payment for practice model. And these conservation management plans and the associated technical assistance need to have a carbon sequestration and greenhouse gas emissions reduction benefit. And so we're currently working on finalizing our methodology for how we would go about paying for the implementation of these conservation management plans. And then, as Renee mentioned, we're going to be participating in that engagement process to help us refine our solicitation and put the final touches on how we would actually go about paying for these practices on the ground on working farms and ranches. So that's the $750,000 for OAHP through the Natural Working Lands Fund. We did note in the staff report that the commission gave the OWEB board the latitude to add more funding to the OAHP pot if there is demonstrated demand down the line. So like Renee mentioned, we received 2.5 million, 750,000 was earmarked for OAHP, but the commission said that if the board were to decide based on demand that they wanted to increase that, they had that power. So that's the Natural Working Lands Fund. This past short session, in the end of session bill, Senate Bill 5701, which was just signed by the governor last week, 5.161 million was allocated to OWEB for deposit into the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Fund. And so this is about 4.54 million for grants and another 619,000 for operations. And so if the OWEB board approves the acceptance of these funds, they would be deposited into the Ag Heritage Fund, and the Ag Heritage Commission would meet on the 30th of this month to set a spending plan, which would allocate that funding across its 4 grant programs: conservation easements, management plans, succession planning, or technical assistance. So those are the 2 funding pieces for OAHP that we're asking you to consider. And then the other OAHP item, related but not the same, is we're asking the board to initiate rulemaking for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. So we're operating under the initial rule set currently that was adopted back in January of 2019. And currently we need to amend the rules first and foremost to incorporate the climate evaluation criteria that was adopted by the board back in July of 2023. And also we've learned a few things about the mechanics of the program and what is working well for applicants and what is challenging. And so I think there's some opportunities to tweak the program rules in a way to help the program just run smoother. And so the Ag Heritage Program is a bit unique in that in statute, the Ag Heritage Commission is directed to serve as the Rule Advisory Committee. And so if the board were to initiate rulemaking today, the Ag Heritage Commission would conduct a RAC process this summer and fall with the goal of having rule updates or proposed rule updates to the OWEB board likely in January. And so we would run, if the board were to allocate the funding and we were to run a solicitation this year, we would run it with the old rule set. And then with the goal of having the new rule set in place by the time we were to run a solicitation in 2025. So those are the two OAHP pieces. I think it's convoluted enough that I'll turn it back to Renee to kind of put a red bow on it, then we can answer questions before we take a motion.
Thanks, Taylor. And one clarifying piece in terms of the rulemaking, it is a bit awkward and from the standpoint of we know that the approximately 4.5 million in grant funding that was just received in the end of session bill absolutely is needed on the ground. We are hearing loud and clearly how much need there is for non-federal match, for example, for the NRCS ASAP AIL program. So what we don't want to do is have everything go on pause until we can complete the necessary rulemaking. That said, we recognize that between the climate criteria and the refinements that we have learned just from a first run at how do you actually administer grants for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, some refinements are needed and warranted, and it's time, given the 5-year rule review timeline since 2019 is when those rules were adopted. So a bit of clarification there just around, we know ideally we would have the time to wait and do that update. We do not want to slow down getting that funding to the ground for projects. So with that, I think the bow that I'm putting on it is just to basically bring your attention to the staff recommendation. So in terms of the funding receipt and the board's approval of that, we're asking you to approve receipt of $2.25 million in terms of the natural and working lands funding, $1.5 million into open solicitation, restoration and technical assistance, $750,000 into Oregon Ag Heritage Program. The Oregon Ag Heritage Commission would subsequently set a spending plan that incorporates that, and all of that relates to the OWEB board spending plan on page 12 of your board book, so we've already started to pre-populate that. And then also approving receipt of $4,541,680 from Senate Bill 5701 for OAHP funding. So those are the funding asks, and then approval to authorize initiation of rulemaking. So happy to answer questions.
Bruce, and Mark Webb, and then Jamie.
Yeah, Taylor, does the Heritage Commission have the option to add additional people, resources to their functioning as the RAC? Or are they limited only as members of the commission to be the RAC in its entirety?
Gosh, you're going to ask me to quote statute from memory in a public session, but I think the statute lays it out that the commission is to advise the OWEB board on rulemaking. I don't think it says anything that they cannot include others to advise them as they advise the board. So there's probably some latitude there. The way we've been approaching it is, or thinking that we'll likely do it, is have the commission serve as the RAC itself and then facilitate a robust public comment and engagement process as we go along to make sure that we have those other voices. But if you have other ideas.
My question was that when I've seen RACs assembled, generally there are some specific skill sets that are looked for and added to the RAC. And not saying that the current commission does not have all those skill sets, but if they don't, and they say, we would like to have this, do they have the latitude to be able to do it? I hope they do.
Taylor, one piece that we might add is the statute and I believe rule does create space for the commission to form technical advisory committees or technical advisory groups. So in the event that some of that expertise might be missing, whether it's adding an additional RAC member or convening folks to advise on succession planning as an example for that component of the rule set.
Yeah, and so we'll, at our first RAC meeting with the commission, we'll have that discussion and see if we feel like we have the expertise. It's a good point.
All right, Mark Webb, please.
I apologize. I don't think I was listening close enough. So the motion talks about 2.25 million, and I kept hearing you talk about 2.5 million. So what's the $250,000 difference? And that's just clarification.
Yeah, that's for, thanks for the question, Mark, administrative costs for the agency to administer, so essentially staffing.
But we don't
and
have to bring
contractors.
that in by month?
No, because you are a grant focused board.
Okay.
Yep, so this is to incorporate into the spending plan.
Jamie, your hand is up.
Yeah, so first of all, always great to have more money for this important work. Wanted to, a couple things just to help my understanding. Earlier, Stephanie, our interim executive director, said in her report, the governor was not, had asked not to authorize additional funds, I guess, for next biennium. I think this is in our POPs for OAHP. How does this mesh in with that? Is this I'm just trying to get a sense of how those two may dovetail and impact each other. And then the other piece about rulemaking, and I'm thinking about issues raised in the past and concerns about staff time and staff capacity and trying not to engage in mission creep. But similar to my question on the Monsanto funds, it sounds like we're going to be staffing a process essentially for another entity, another agency. And I'm just curious if, Renee just mentioned the Q4 staffing. I'm not sure if that covers our end. Just wanting to make sure that we're not doing exactly what we've been concerned about doing in the past, and that is stretching our staff too far on things that are not necessarily specific to OWEB's work. It's all important work, but I'm just wanting a sense of understanding of how that ties in. And then last point, on the rulemaking, you talked about having grants run smoother, and that's great. Efficiencies are always really important. But I just wanted to verify that running smoother does not equate to backing off of some of our climate goals. And so if you could just clarify that point as well, or give examples of the refinements.
Sure, and maybe, Steph, we'll start from the third question and work backwards. Okay, so in terms of, Jamie, the rulemaking and having had some lessons learned following the completion of a first cycle, yes, all of that is true. We will take those learnings and think through with the RAC, the Ag Heritage Commission as a RAC, how to incorporate those learnings. And part of the reason for rulemaking is to incorporate the board's climate criteria into the OAHP OARs, because the commission does essentially sit under the OWEB board. The Oregon Ag Heritage Commission makes recommendations to this board. You ultimately are the ones that bless the OAHP grant. So that's a bit different than the Environmental Restoration Council being entirely separate from the OWEB board, but an explicit reason for rulemaking is to incorporate the climate criteria. In terms of the RAC process, yes, rules advisory committees can be time consuming, and I think, and Eric Hartstein is just a master at this, as we've been going through the Drinking Water Source Protection Program. I'm looking at Dan Brown since he's a RAC member. We've taken a team approach to that, and it's worked incredibly well. We each have very clear roles, and that helps with managing the amount of time that any one person is spending. So we have someone really focused on what does communication look like with interested parties and getting the word out, who is focused on connecting with subject matter experts. So it is still time consuming, and we've tried to really be as efficient as possible in terms of staff time. And we do, with OAHP, have 2 staff committed to this, Taylor and then Robin Meacher, our easement specialist, so that absolutely helps. And then Steph, do you want to speak to the
Sure.
governor's
So I think your first question, Jamie, was regarding how does this bucket of funding interface with our agency request budget and kind of what we heard about the constraints. So the $10 million was a one-time investment that was made during the 2023 regular legislative session. It went into a treasury account so that it can be carried forward into future biennia, and it's not use it or lose it funds that general funds would be if they were not deposited into a treasury account. So that is one piece. And then that $10 million is divided up among the 4 agencies, as you heard. We have had folks reach out to us about requesting another $10 million investment as part of our agency request budget, and that we are not able to do per the instructions to state agencies. Again, I am thankful for the general fund that we are going to be able to ask for, but it does not approach that amount. So that hopefully is helpful on that question. And then regarding the administration and the staffing, we got a position in this biennium for the fiscal agent responsibility for that $10 million. We did get a fiscal analyst position for our fiscal responsibilities. In terms of our staffing responsibilities for the $2.25 million in grant funding that will come to us, we do get $250,000, and that is the maximum allowed by the bill that created the fund. And we are choosing to use that to help support existing staff in conducting that work. And that can be ag heritage staff, it can be the climate coordinator position that is limited duration and is sunsets at the end of this biennium.
Great, thank you. Great responses all. That's very helpful.
Liza Jane.
Okay. Very excited about my question. I'm curious, I could have missed this, but would like to know what are natural climate solutions? Who decided that? Where's the list of what they are?
So Taylor, I'll start. You can maybe back me up on this. So there was an extensive process that the Oregon Climate Action Commission completed to look at natural climate solutions, including for different habitat types or ecosystem types. So hence the 4 sub-funds. There are a set of things that Oregon Department of Forestry may be best able to get at through providing incentives and technical assistance to forest landowners, given some of the potential natural climate solutions, like longer rotations, as an example, reforestation, wildfire resilience. Same with Department of Ag around cover cropping or shelter belts, that certainly could have a sequestration benefit. And there also is the potential, I think, for some broader resilience related to climate. So if we think about things like riparian restoration, yes, it's great for sequestering carbon and has a lot of co-benefits. I think Bruce was talking about co-benefits yesterday. So there is a well-documented set of analyses that led to that. Beyond that, I can't. Taylor, fill in any gaps, please, based on having been closer to that process.
Yeah, I mean, I think you did a pretty good job. The Climate Action Commission worked with the Institute for Natural Resources to conduct a large process across rangeland, agricultural lands, a blue carbon chapter, urban lands, and that report's available on the Climate Action Commission's webpage. And that kind of informed the proposals from the 4 agencies as to how we would invest those funds. There was also a priority for using existing programs. And so there's a bit of a square peg round hole problem that we're working with. But largely what are defined as natural climate solutions by the Climate Action Commission are based on this INR report and the process that they went through to develop that.
Okay, thank you. So that's, I heard a lot about the how that list was happening.
Okay.
Is there a list? Is there like, we believe these things, if you do them, we will support them because they work? That exists on this, yes?
It does.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, I've got it. In our proposal, we listed for both open solicitation and OAHP, we listed some of the things that were applicable from the Institute for Natural Resources report. So I can rattle some of them off, or I can show you, or whatever you prefer. That's great. Okay.
And there's a summary list I have pulled up right here. I could pop it on the screen if you wanted, from the INR report that lays out the practices by land use type.
Yeah, I just want that to be available to the public, right? So they know what people believe, all these experts believe will work, and how they can incorporate that on their land or in their projects. That's what I was looking for. So it exists, and thank you for helping me find it.
Yep.
Meg. Just to follow up on that, so this is going to be an open solicitation, the natural climate solutions money will be part of that solicitation?
1.5 million will be available for open solicitation restoration and technical assistance.
So I'm just thinking about how that works, like will people be targeting, saying this is a natural climate solution application, or?
We're phoning a friend right
Okay, thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager. Thanks for that question. And we're going to do it in a very similar way that we allocate our PACSER funds, our federal funds from NOAA. That is, the solicitation doesn't change. It remains the same. The application doesn't change. It remains the same. But we have this extra pot of funds that is available if applications meet that specific criteria.
So it'll happen on the OWEB end.
Yes, and so we'll want to refine that list of practices that was described before, make sure that we truly are accomplishing the goals of the purpose of the fund, and then just do an allocation. And we'll present that to you when we come to you for the awards for whenever that first open solicitation cycle is that includes this extra money. We'll make sure that we're designating which projects meet the Climate Action Commission criteria.
Bruce?
So Eric, if you backcast at the grants, open solicitation grants that we have approved in the past, would we have adequate numbers that would fit into these new categories? You've obviously looked at it.
Yes, thanks, Bruce. I believe we do. We do have many projects that deal with juniper, for example, and there is a practice on the list. Again, we want to refine this and make sure that we're achieving the goals of the program. Tidal wetlands restoration projects, we typically have those in the queue. A lot of prairie restoration projects in the Willamette Valley, for example. So yes, I think we will have no trouble meeting that allocation.
Any other questions or comments? I have one. So the 750 for OAHP, the additional through the Climate Solutions, I think, we can use that for match, correct?
Yeah, go ahead, Taylor.
Well, I was just wanted to clarify what you meant by match, Barbara, sorry.
Well, with the NRCS, sorry, funding.
Well, so we specifically cannot use it in the easement grant program. We need to use it in the conservation management planning and or technical assistance pots for OAHP. So there are opportunities for that to be matched for something like NRCS EQIP or CREP or CSP, but not for ASAP.
Okay, bummer.
Barbara, to that question, though, that will be an important conversation with the Ag Heritage Commission next week as we're setting a spending plan. The eligible programs and grant types, the different funding here can and cannot fund. So I think thinking about that 4.5 million and the importance of that to non-federal match for ASAP will be a discussion topic for the commission.
Thank you. I look forward to it because I'm your rep on the OAHC, so we'll be having that next week. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this? All right, we have 3 action items under this agenda. So I am looking for a motion on the number 1 proposal. Let's see, the Natural Working Lands Fund proposal, please.
I'll make a motion. Let me go ahead. So I move the board approve receipt of the $2,250,000 in grant funding from the Watershed Natural Climate Solutions Fund and amend the other funds section of the 2023-25 spending plan to include $1,500,000 in funding for natural climate solution projects in OWEB open solicitation offerings and $750,000 in funding for natural climate solution projects in OAHP, with all funds to be used in accordance with expectations described in the staff report.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by Meg, seconded by Jamie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes. Looking for action on proposal, motion number 2, which is the Oregon Ag Heritage Fund, please.
Chair, I'd love to make
Yes.
that motion, and I move that the board approve the receipt of $4,541,680 in grant funding from the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Fund and amend the quote other funds unquote section of the 2023-2025 spending plan to include this grant funding for the OAHP.
And I will second. All right, it's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Liz. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes. All right, we have one more action item, request to begin rulemaking.
I move the board or authorize rulemaking for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program.
All right. It's been moved by Meg, seconded by Mark Webb. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, nay? All right, motion passes. Thanks, everybody. So we are now moving on. Liza Jane.
Yeah. So we're now in our agenda to agenda item H, page 86. And this is the beginning of our open solicitation presentation. Go ahead, thank you.
All right, good morning again, everyone. Eric Williams, Restoration Grant Program Manager, and with me today is Katie Duzick, our North Coast Regional Representative, and Greg Cianella, our Central Oregon Regional Representative. And you may recall, except Mark, because you weren't here, typically we have all 6 RPRs for this presentation. As Stephanie mentioned at the intro to the meeting, we've got a crowded agenda, so we've shortened our time frame. And so these two are going to knock it out of the park to give you the overview of the whole state. That begins on page 86 of the War and Peace section of your ebook. I know it's the longest section. It's got all the evaluation content, which is quite rich. And so I'm just going to give you a brief introduction to the cycle and then turn it over to Greg and Katie to go through the recommended project awards. And so this slide just summarizes the requests that we had coming in, both in number of applications and dollars requested. These numbers are fairly typical, at least in terms of the number of applications and the proportion that are recommended. We're typically around half. This time we're slightly under. The dollar figure, I think, continues to go up. 25 million requested with 11 million recommended, so a little bit less than half in terms of the dollar figures. And this one just gives you where we are in the spending plan by grant type. Note that monitoring is only offered once per year, so this is a cycle that does not include monitoring. You only have 3 of the grant types in here: restoration, technical assistance, and engagement. This tells you what was previously awarded. We've only had 1 award cycle so far, so this is the second of 4 in the biennium. And it tells you also what remains in the spending plan. This next slide breaks it down by region. You'll typically see these numbers fluctuate over time, region to region. And I think I'll note here that what you can't see reflected in here is the impact of the Folks Investment Program on these dollar figures. And so, for example, Region 5 has had a high number of FIPS, more so than other regions, and so that pulls dollars out of open solicitation. And you see that reflected in the dollar figures here. Region 6 has a large FIP in the John Day going on right now that's pulling projects out of open solicitation. So that's some of the reason you see the variation in numbers. In the previous slide, when you saw the difference between what's recommended and what's available, particularly in technical assistance and engagement, there are some policy changes you made that impact those numbers. Greg is going to talk about that in a little bit here. All right, take it away, Katie.
Great, thank you. I'm Katie Duzick. I'm the Region 1 or North Coast Program Representative for OWEB, and I am going to do my best to give you a tour of what's going on the west side in Regions 1 through 3. Before I get started on that, I just want to highlight this map, which shows the location of all of the projects recommended for funding that are before the board today. And I think when we see these types of maps with scattered dots all over, it's easy to think of these projects as maybe being opportunistic or not very strategic. So I'm going to focus part of my presentation on letting you know how folks are prioritizing their projects. Our restoration and conservation partners around the state are relying on local, state, federal, and tribal plans to prioritize their projects. And we really see this as the Oregon plan in action. Many of the plans that these folks are using are those that have been developed and promoted by the agencies that sit on our board. And as far as the local plans go, many partners are using a similar strategic action plan format that is used in our focused investment program. Eric alluded to the recent program changes. Don't be overwhelmed by the info on this slide. I'll walk you through it. There are 3 significant changes that we're seeing in this cycle. First off, the match has been reduced to just $1 for technical assistance and engagement grants. And additionally, the cap, which used to be $75,000 for technical assistance grants in open solicitation, has been eliminated. So in that little table there, you can notice that the total request for our technical assistance grants went up quite substantially across the board. And another third thing to note is that our climate criteria is now part of our evaluative criteria, and our regional review teams used a new bubble diagram that had the climate criteria on it during review. And more information was available in our executive director's written report on that, so I encourage you to check that out. A quick caveat: we did notice some trends, obviously, the increase in spending, but we feel as if we need a few more cycles to evaluate any potential changes or trends that are happening as a result of those changes. So stay tuned. We'll probably have more for the board on this within the next couple of cycles. So bringing you now to the Western region, I'm going to basically give you a flyover tour of some of the projects that are happening around the state. And I'll do my best to not make this too overwhelming, and then Greg's going to take it to the east side. We really want to give the board a feel for the types of projects that are going on in each region, and let you know a little bit more about how folks are prioritizing that work. So I'm going to start in my home turf of Region 1, then we're going to travel down the coast, so you can imagine yourself flying over the landscape, to Region 2, Southwest Oregon. I'll head up to the Willamette, and I'll pass it over to Greg. So starting in my stomping grounds of the North Coast, we've prepared a few fun facts for you about each region. Some of them are more fun than others, but Region 1 has the unsurprising distinction of being home to the rainiest city in Oregon, which happens to be the town of Alsea. With receiving over 88 inches of rain. And also, actually, Region 1 is home to not only the top rainiest city, but the top 54 rainiest cities in Oregon. It's not till number 55 that you get out of the North Coast, and that distinction is held by Government Camp. Baker City is number 374 on the list. All of that water means that we have a lot of stream miles on the North Coast, and we're proud that we have the greatest number of stream miles of any of the OWEB 6 regions. And as a result, our local partners are primarily focused on aquatic health, riparian restoration, floodplain connectivity, and you'll see that reflected in our list of projects today. The projects we are going to be visiting as part of this tour begin up in the Lower Columbia, and we're going to be traveling down to Tillamook Bay, which means we'll check in on the Salmon Superhighway briefly, and we'll end up in the Alsea watershed, really close to that number 1 rainiest city. Oops, I have to go back. Thank you. Our first project is the Lower Elk, Coon, Mud, and Pigpen Creeks. This project is up in the Nikolai Wikiup watershed in the Lower Columbia. It's a project brought to us by the North Coast Watershed Association. And what is interesting about this project is it takes place just upstream of the Big Creek Fish Hatchery. And only wild fish are able to pass up into this habitat, which has a high intrinsic potential. The landowner, Hampton Lumber, has been an excellent partner with the Watershed Association, and together the two entities have put forth a number of stellar restoration projects on the landscape. And that picture of large wood is just upstream of this site, and it's a work that the Watershed Association implemented with Hampton a couple years ago. We also have work happening down in the lower estuary. Crest has been implementing a series of railroad breaches that I've talked to the board about before. And together with these estuarine projects, these road decommissioning projects on ODF land that are also downstream of this, and these upstream habitat projects, partners are addressing fish habitat for lower Columbia fish at all different life stages, from out migrating to the ocean to spawning and rearing upstream. So now we're flying down south to the Tillamook Bay, which I think many of you are familiar with. This is a tributary to Juneau Creek. It is a salmon superhighway project. The applicant is Trout Unlimited. They're working with partners in the salmon superhighway, including the Tillamook County Creamery. This is located on Creamery property, and partners will be removing 2 culverts to restore fish passage to 1 mile of habitat. It's kind of neat because it's lower down in the system. It's a tributary. Juneau Creek is part of the Wilson River watershed in Tillamook Bay. And so I've talked to you about the Salmon Superhighway before, so I don't want to seem like a broken record. But for those of you who are unfamiliar, this effort has been going on for about 14 years when partners came together to assess all the barriers in the Tillamook Bay. So we've got the 5 rivers in Tillamook, and then they're also including the Nestucca. They identified 260 barriers and then realized at their current rate of funding and implementing projects, it was going to take 70 years to open up the required habitat that they felt they needed to restore fish populations. And so they did a cost-benefit analysis, arrived at 93 priority projects that would result in 95% of the habitat. And that equals about 180 miles that they're looking to restore. And so as of January 2024, the partner update is that they've accomplished about 129 miles of that, so they're over halfway there. There is a diversity of funding sources involved here in the Salmon Superhighway, but the dots on the map are all places where the OWEB Open Solicitation Program has funded some of these high priority projects. Lastly, in Region 1, we're going to visit the hamlet of LC, previously mentioned. We've got 2 projects from the Mid-Coast Watershed Council, Mill Beatty Creeks, and the Honey Grove Oxbow. These are all located in a really priority area of the LC watershed, which has suffered from high temperatures. The partners incorporated climate change considerations into their design, and they're looking to restore cooler water habitats off-stream and off-channel. The technical assistance grant of the Honey Grove Oxbow will reconnect a historic oxbow right there on the North Fork LC. The project also leverages other funding opportunities that OWEB offers. That big, heavy-looking construction picture there is at the location A on the map, and that is replacing a fish barrier using the BLM funds that OWEB administers, and that opened up that whole upper watershed and cooler water for fish. The partners will be implementing a process-based restoration lower down. They're involving 3 private landowners, Weyerhaeuser, the BLM, and the Forest Service, so it's quite the undertaking there that will restore habitat, primarily focused on Oregon Coast coho. All right, so let's take a breath and move on to Southwest Oregon, traveling farther south. So my fun fact about Southwest Oregon is focused on the Rogue River because I am going to be talking primarily about 2 projects that are located in the Rogue watershed. And the Rogue is the 3rd longest river in Oregon after the Columbia and the Willamette. It flows through some really diverse geology, which I find interesting. Formations as young as 7,000 years, and then formations as old as hundreds of millions of years, the marine sediments as you get lower down. It also has has hosted several prominent fly fishermen on the river, including President Herbert Hoover and film star Clark Gable. So not only is it a stronghold for fish, but it also seems to be attracting celebrities to fly fish. These are the locations of the two projects I will be referencing today. They're both in the Rogue River, as I mentioned, and they're kind of on the edge of the Klamath Mountains and West Cascades ecoregion. We're going to visit Elk River first. Elk Creek, excuse me. Elk Creek River Mile 4.7. Both of the projects I'm going to mention are from the Rogue River Watershed Council, and they involve projects that were highlighted in the Upper Rogue Coho Strategic Action Plan. The Elk Creek has an interesting story, I think. This project takes place in the old footprint of a dam, the Elk Creek Dam, that I hadn't been familiar with, so I was interested to talk with my counterpart, Mark, about this. But the Army Corps authorized this thing in 1960s, and then they didn't start building it until 1986. They made it about a third of the way high, which is 83 feet, and then a court injunction halted the construction, and the Army Corps decided to leave it as is. So a few years after that, they funded ODFW to start driving the fish around the dam, and they did that for, I think, 16 years until the dam was notched in 2008 and the creek restored to a free-flowing condition. And since then, the Rogue River Watershed Council and partners have been hard at work to try to restore the habitat, which had become quite degraded through that whole process. So in this project and the others nearby, you can see the adjacent projects marked on the map. They have been working to restore in-stream habitat complexity. They're going to be placing a whole heap of wood here. They've got 25 acres of riparian restoration also involved. And this work will just build on other good work to restore the Elk Creek watershed in the future. Butte Creek, again, is also a Rogue River Watershed Council project, and I wanted to highlight this one. The adjacent work that has happened here, it just shows how open solicitation projects do build and improve on things that are happening within the watershed. These partners are planning to remove a push-up dam, and this isn't the only push-up dam that they've removed in Butte Creek, so this is another push-up dam that they'll be removing, and they're going to move the diversion off-stream to provide for fish passage, hopefully reduce some water quality issues with temperature that have resulted from the degraded conditions of the stream. And they're going to be employing a release and recruit riparian strategy. And one thing that's cool about this is they've already done this on 112 acres in this watershed. And so this will increase that acreage by another 6. And similar to the last project, well, they'll also be employing this strategy. They don't heavily plant and irrigate in the riparian area. They have found through trial and error and a lot of hard work that it works better to go in, control the invasive species, and sort of cultivate the native species that are already in the seed bank there along the riparian area. This strategy has been really effective and is beginning to be emulated, and I think it just speaks to the good adaptive management and lessons learned of our partners working down in the Rogue. All right, traveling north to the Willamette Basin. The Willamette Basin, when I talked to my counterpart Liz about work in the Willamette, what always strikes me as kind of, well, an interesting fact is that the Willamette Basin has the 3 major population centers of Oregon, as you know, Portland, Salem, and Eugene. In addition to having the most densely populated area, it's also extremely fast growing. And so by 2050, the population is predicted in the Willamette Valley to be 4 million, which is almost double what it is today. And so in the backdrop of all this, you have some of the most diverse habitats found in the state, between the gallery forest, the floodplain, the Cascades, and there's just so much going on. And it's just really an important place in which to work. We are going to be visiting 3 projects in the Willamette that I really think provide a good example of the unique types of projects going on in all the different habitats. We're going to start down by Eugene and talk about an oak project. Then we will travel to the East Cascades, where we will, West Cascades, where we will visit Cub Creek in the Clackamas, and we will end in the Portland area in the Columbia Slough. So the first project down in the southwest of Eugene, the Green Hill Oak and Prairie Restoration Project, is brought to us by the Long Tom Watershed Council. And what strikes me about this project, you can see in the center of our map, the red dot and the number, that's the one that's before us today for funding. That will result in restoration of oak, woodland, savanna, and prairie habitats of 223 acres. The string of dots all around it is all additional projects that have occurred in this mid-elevation fringe habitat, which has been really impacted by habitat degradation and loss, mostly due to development. So adding this project in the middle creates a strategic connected string of oak projects that will be about over 500 acres of oak restoration, conserved habitat in this area. And one of the neat things about it is the landowner is open to burning. So they are employing prescribed burns in addition to heavy vegetation management, planting of oak native species. And the hope is that this will provide important habitat in this corridor. One thing I did want to mention too, I think, forgive me while I look up the name, this is out of my stomping grounds, the Rivers to Ridges Partnership. And this is a really neat partnership that I read about. It is 19 organizations that are working together to try to better manage open public spaces. And they're focused on restoration, recreation, and access, and they all work together to ensure that projects like this are developed and successful. So I would encourage you to learn more about that or talk to my counterpart Liz Redon if you're interested, because I think that's a pretty neat partnership. Moving up to the Cub Creek Restoration Phase 2. This project is by Trout Unlimited. It is in the upper reaches of the Clackamas River watershed. That red boundary outline that you're looking at is actually our focused investment partnership. And so this project just illustrates ways in which open solicitation can build on other OWEB investments. This project is located high up in the watershed, so it's important cool water for those fish moving upstream out of the Clackamas FIP boundary. It is going to place a whole bunch of large wood, going to involve some channel grading and filling in order to create a more stage 0 type channel. And another neat thing about this is this area was really heavily impacted by the 2020 Lion's Head fire. And the acreage involved in this project had over 99% mortality in that fire. And so these partners are working hard to restore conditions and support the native fish in this watershed. Okay, we're ending our Western Region tour up in the Portland area in the Columbia Slough watershed, which maybe many of you are familiar with. This is the Little Four Corners project, and the applicant is the Columbia Slough Watershed Council. This area is the most heavily industrial part of Oregon. In addition, there's about 186,000 people living in this watershed. And so you might be surprised to learn that it's also a thriving place for fish, mammals, amphibians, and birds. And so it's quite the combination of things happening here. The Columbia Slough Watershed Council has been working really hard to build relationships with the industrial and commercial landowners in the watershed, and they have put together this 1 mile of riparian restoration that includes a whopping 37 landowners that they're going to have a contiguous stretch of riparian restoration along the Columbia Slough. This is part of their Healthy Industrial Lands Initiative. The work primarily involves removing invasive species. You can see those quite sad-looking trees in the picture that are choked with English ivy and under threat from that. They're also going to be planting 17,000 trees and about 3,800 wetland species and an emergent wetland. The project also involves some cleanup, fencing, and signing, things that are necessary when we're working in this urban landscape. And I just wanted to note about this area that an ancillary benefit of this work is that tree canopy in this part of Portland is much lower than some of the other more affluent areas of Portland. And so this has the nice benefit of increasing that and creating a real anchor of climate resilient habitat in a pretty impacted urban area. So thank you. And with that, I'm going to leave the west side and we're going to travel over to the other side of the mountains. So, super. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Greg Cianella, and I'm the regional program representative for the Central Oregon region, Region 4. And I can. Let me take care. Okay. Can you do that for me? Thank you. So I'm going to carry us through regions 4, 5, and 6. And akin to Katie, I'm going to take a deeper dive into each region and kind of give you a flavor of some of the projects that are before you today for funding. I'm going to start in Region 4, I'm going to go to Region 6, and then we're going to bring it home to Region 5 where we're sitting at today. And before we leave this picture, I wanted to just make note to the photograph on the bottom right. That is a post-assisted log structure, or what folks commonly call PALs. So this is what people use to implement low-tech process-based restoration. You're going to hear me use low-tech process-based restoration quite a bit. And so I thought it'd be helpful for you all to see a visual representation of what a PALS looks like. That's Waichus Creek I took a couple summers ago. Thanks, Katie. Okay, so this is my home stomping grounds, Region 4. A couple fun facts. The oldest western juniper is located 25 miles east of Bend, clocking in at 1,600 years of age. A sense of irony is that what was known to be the biggest ponderosa pine, I think Southern Oregon got us beat, but is at Lapine State Park on the Upper Deschutes River. And this tree is about 500 years old and about 6 times the size of that western juniper. So, and about 90 air miles from where these two trees sit. So that right there gives you a good sense of the diversity that occurs in Central Oregon. And some of the project types that we see here are fish passage, in-stream habitat, low-tech process-based restoration. Stream flow restoration is a big one here. I know you all have heard me talk about that. Forest health and forest resiliency, particularly in our southern counties. And a species that has been getting a lot of notoriety lately, and I don't anticipate this to stop, is the Oregon spotted frog. That's a big one here for us. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the couple areas that we're going to go. We're going to start up north in the Hood River watershed and a tributary to the Columbia, and then we're going to head down south to the communities near Gilcrest and Lapine and talk about a couple of projects there. So first off, so these are 2 restoration proposals today before you for funding. I chose these 2 because they're both utilizing the same technique and looking to achieve the same outcomes. So first up, we have Neal Creek. Neal Creek is a clear water tributary to the Hood River. And so this is phase 3 that folks are working on. This project was submitted by the Hood River Watershed Group. And so they are incrementally working up Neal Creek. And so this phase 3 project will occur on Hood River County lands. And the intent here is to provide in-stream habitat complexity for coho, steelhead, and lamprey. And so the picture on the top left is a previous phase that was implemented a couple summers ago. This kind of gives you a little bit of a flavor of what some of the wood might look like. The picture on the lower left is one that I took on our site visit. And I could give you a quick explanation as to why I'm not near the creek, and that'll come in just 1 second here. But I wanted to showcase the other project real quick, and that's on 15 Mile Creek. This is a project that is up on the Mount Hood National Forest, And that small picture on the right-hand side is a picture of I took. And so both of these projects are going to utilize the use of helicopters to fly in large wood. And they're doing this because road access and just access in general is pretty tricky. And so with the use of helicopters, they're able to treat a lot of stream miles with this type of activity. The challenge is that it's really expensive, and it's really important to have a field crew, have a crew at the log deck, and then have a crew that represents the helicopter folks. And they're all communicating with one another really closely because you want to maximize that flight time. And so when the helicopters bring the wood in, they put it in, along, adjacent, across, and out of the stream channel. And the intent here is to build these structures of material. That structure provides complexity and habitat that the aquatic species demand, whether it's spawning, rearing, supporting the food web. That complexity is kind of creating the disturbance that we all are seeking to achieve with this type of restoration. We want it to be messy. And so real quick, before we leave, the picture on the right-hand side, that's 15 Mile Creek. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? I think for the most part, that's what folks would tell us. And so this project, it was identified as a climate resilience project because it is pretty far up in the watershed. The model suggests that 15 Mile Creek is going to be a refugia for cold water, which is important for Mid-Columbia steelhead and lamprey, particularly in this 15-mile drainage. And so this is what I would consider to be protect the best. So this small investment will carry on for a long, long time because of the resiliency in that geography. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're traveling down south to the central part of Region 4. We're near the communities of Lapine and Gilcrest. And I'll first start with the Paulina Creek Technical Assistance Proposal. This is a grant submitted by the Deschutes Land Trust. They own the property. In fact, you all have a land acquisition proposal before you today after our presentation for the reimbursement of fee simple purchase of this property. So this technical assistance grant will allow the applicant to develop habitat restoration designs that will diversify flow paths along 4 miles of Paulina Creek. You can see Paulina Creek comes out of Paulina Lake, is a tributary to the Little Deschutes River. The picture on the top left is a picture I took on a site visit. It might look like a cute little creek in a meadow, but you could tell the emergent vegetation is only about a few feet on either side, and then outside from that, it's high and dry. So there's about 700 acres of associated meadows that are on both sides of Paulina Creek. Historically, this would have been wet meadow, and now it's dry meadow. Before the land trust bought it, folks tried to plant alfalfa, they grazed it, and there is a plethora of opportunity and to improve upon the wildlife habitat, to restore those wet meadow that will in turn, restore vegetation. The property is surrounded by public lands, and so this is a huge wildlife corridor. And so it'll be really interesting to see how this project develops. And then going further down south, we're near the community of Gilcrest. And so this is an engagement proposal for addressing fish passage at the Gilcrest Mill Pond. And so the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, you heard from Chris Knight this morning, they were reached out to by the Mill Pond owner and operator to seek solutions to improve fish passage. You can see the ladder there at the dam. It was built in the 80s. It certainly does not function to pass fish up or down. And so this engagement grant is a really neat showcase of how, they really don't know what passage is going to look like. And so there's over 100 miles of stream habitat upstream of this pond. And so to provide that connectivity will improve upon the genetic diversity of the aquatic species. And so the partners are the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Forest Service, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. The Forest Service is a big owner and manager upstream of this property. They've been implementing restoration on the Little Deschutes River. And the Fish and Wildlife Service is involved because there is a known population of Oregon spotted frogs in this pond, which is really neat and fascinating. But to ensure that any type of passage is going to not have any impact, negative impact on the species. The Fish and Wildlife Service is engaged. So that's really encouraging. And the hope is that that habitat can be improved upon for the spotted frogs. So that was kind of I think this is just a great showcase of how our engagement offering is set up. And in fact, one of my review team members asked me, well, why doesn't this application come in as a technical assistance? And I think the application did a great job at articulating, we don't really know what a design looks like here. We just need to get time and get space to come together, develop that shared understanding, develop those sideboards of what passage could and should look like before we achieve our outcome, which is a preferred alternative to address fish passage and make sure spotted frog habitat is maintained and hopefully improved upon. Okay. All right, so now we're into Region 6. What a great photo of the Middle Fork John Day River at pretty high flows there. Super neat. It was neat to see the Middle Fork John Day River yesterday as I drove from Bend. So a couple fun facts about Region 6. The longest free-flowing river in Oregon is the John Day River, clocking in at 281 miles. I think that's pretty cool. Also, the top 4 least populated counties in Oregon are in Region 6. So if you want to go and get some isolation, this might be a good place for you. I think Wheeler County is number 1, then Sherman, and then Gillum, and then Grant. I think that's the top 4. So this is the basins of the John Day, Umatilla, and Walla Walla. Next slide. So we're going to go up to the Umatilla Basin first and talk about a restoration proposal, and then we're going to come back down south to the North Fork John Day Basin. Okay, so this is a project that was submitted by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla. This is work on Meacham Creek. Meacham Creek is a tributary to the Umatilla River. Meacham Creek is critical habitat for mid-Columbia steelhead, Chinook, bull trout, and lamprey. You could see the dot 002, you can see the 3 triangles below that dot. So this work is building off of decades of work that the tribes and partners have been doing to restore habitat for anadromous species on Meacham Creek. So classic scenario, the Union Pacific Railroad comes in, they look at a pretty wide, flat valley bottom and say, hey, this is a great place to build a railroad. Probably so. Consequently, that had pretty bad impacts for the creek and its ability to move and meander and support that complexity of habitats that aquatic species need to thrive. And so this project is going to work at river miles 10 and 11. It's going to remove these levees and berms that have pinned in Meacham Creek and not allowed for it to express its ability to move and facilitate natural processes to improve that aquatic habitat. After the levees and berms are removed, a significant amount of large wood via whole trees will be placed along the floodplain and in the stream. And the top left photo, you can see that's a previous phase of the work that's been done. And similar to what I described on Needle Creek and 15 Mile Creek, these wood structures are placed and put in to help facilitate that natural process, creating spawning and sediment deposition on the upstream end, and then pool scour development on the downstream end. And the messiness is kind of what we're looking for, because the more messy it is, the more complexity of habitats it is. And those complexity of habitats is what the aquatic species need to live and thrive. And then just the, I thought that was a really cool picture that Amy Charette shared with me. Amy, this is Amy's region. And anyway, it was just classic Blue Mountain topography of the conifers in the drainages and kind of rolling hills that are more open, and you could see all the balsam root blooming. Before I leave the slide, the lottery did a video on Meacham Creek for OWEB a few years ago, and I really highly encourage you to watch it. It's really neat. It describes about how the tribes use Meacham Creek and how much importance it is for their ability to thrive as a tribe. So I really encourage that. Next slide. Okay, so now we're traveling out of the Umatilla Basin and we're going to the North Fork of the John Day watershed. And we're here on Cottonwood Creek. Cottonwood Creek is a tributary to the North Fork. Cottonwood Creek is critical habitat for the mid-Columbia steelhead and fall chinook. Fall chinook, summer chinook. Now I'm questioning myself. Chinook. So this is a technical assistance proposal, and this is going to look to do a couple different things. First off, it's going to correct 3 points of diversions. You could see the trash pump on the upper left-hand side. Every year, the landowners have to come in and install this trash pump and consequently have to do, a little bit of grading and just access to get in there. And so they're gonna kind of harden out those 3 point of diversions, plant and stabilize the stream banks so they don't cause so much disturbance to go in. And also, this technical assistance grant is going to look at developing plans to support low-tech process-based restoration, so beaver dam analogs and the PAL structures that I showed. So some previous monitoring that OWEB was supporting has identified that since 2017, steelhead numbers are unfortunately on their way down, while consequently, the smallmouth bass distribution is on its way up in the John Day watershed. John Day River and its tributaries does have a population of smallmouth bass. And so there's a thought and theory is that if you can build in these beaver dam analogs and these PAL structures, you're creating that pool and ponding environment. Bass don't jump. And so the thought is that if you create that type of habitat that our salmonids and trout species love and need and thrive on, that you could maybe not stop, but at least slow the movement of smallmouth bass. And so that'll be really neat to watch. And the Monument SWCD is the applicant here, and they've been working with folks on Cook Cottonwood Creek to address fish passage barriers in the past, and this project is kind of just a snowball effort of work here. And so the little town of Monument is just above the triangles, and I don't think the community of Kimberly made it, but if you ate a peach or an apricot in the summertime, there's a good chance it might have been grown in Kimberly. Really cool part of Oregon. Next slide, please. Okay, we're bringing it home. Here we are. We're in Region 5. This is Kobe Menton's region. So fun fact about this one. Malheur County has less than 1 person per square mile. Pretty interesting. And also is bigger than 6 states of the US. So kudos to that. And I neglected to say this at Region 4, but the Western juniper at 1,600 years is actually not the oldest tree in Oregon, which I was kind of surprised at when I did my research. And the oldest tree in Oregon is actually in Region 5, in the Wallowas. Kudos to anybody who could find me a break and tell me what this tree is. I was shocked when I found out what it was. It's not a typical Oregon tree that I'm familiar with.
Trivia?
It's trivia, yeah. Other fun fact about this, in Baker City, the movie Paint Your Wagon was filmed here, Clint Eastwood and Lee Marvin. It turned out to be a bust at the movie theater, but pretty interesting fact. I would definitely look up Paint Your Wagon. Maybe some locals know more about that. Okay, so we're gonna first go down south and talk about a project in the Sucker Creek drainage, and then we're gonna bring it home and finish up for a project that's not too far from here. Next slide, please, Katie. Okay, so we're in the Rockville Basin. We're about 28 miles south of Adrian, Oregon. So this is a technical assistance grant that will support the development of low-tech process-based habitat restoration designs on Carter and Spring Creeks. So you can see the green dot there. Carter and Spring Creeks are tributaries to Sucker Creek. Sucker Creek then drains into the Snake River in Idaho. And so what I think is really interesting about this project is that on the map here, you have those different shades of brown. And so those are ODF&W's sage grouse priority habitat designations. And so this project is located in the core area, which is the highest priority for sage grouse. And so if you look at the photos on the left, you can tell that when you're looking outside of the riparian floodplain area, you can see that most of that country is kind of open sage steppe that's really good habitat for sage grouse. But really what also sage grouse need is that they do need that kind of riparian wet meadow habitat for their younger chicks to actually survive. And so while sage grouse are an obligate sage steppe species, their younger chicks, once they're born and hatched up in the uplands, they need to feed on bugs, and they feed on those bugs where plants and diversity of plants grow, and that's typically in these wet meadow habitat areas. And so, you know, the intent between this low-tech process-based restoration is to kind of encourage water to get pooled in pond and you know, kind of retain water longer in the watershed, and that in turn will help kind of rehydrate that meadow to support the habitat and the diversity of plant life that these chicks will depend upon to survive. Next slide, please. So this was a great diagram that was put in the application, and I thought it'd be really neat to show you all. So this was developed by the OAHP Watershed Council, and kudos to Nicole Sullivan for putting this together. And I just really wanted to show this, and it kind of identifies the activities outlined, the processes, and then the benefits. And we just felt like this was a really neat way that our applicants are taking our evaluative criteria to heart. And so, yeah, it's kind of a plug and play. You could put in any activity and get out a process and then get out a benefit. And so we just thought this would be really neat to show you all. Okay, so our last project to talk about today are a couple projects about 40 miles southwest of where we're sitting at today. So there's a technical assistance proposal and a restoration proposal, and these two are linked up, so I included them together. And so we'll start with the TA proposal. So this TA proposal will support the development of low-tech process-based designs on 6 individual streams that are tributaries to the Burnt River. So I neglected to say this at Cottonwood Creek, but I remembered it now, and that this is a beaver emphasis area. So beaver emphasis areas are those designated by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. There are 10 throughout the state. I apologize, but Cottonwood Creek in the North Fork of the John Day River is one of them, and this area in the Burnt River is another one. And so what this is going to do is going to facilitate the designs and the permitting associated with doing that low-tech process-based restoration on those 6 streams adjacent to the Burnt River. And so the restoration proposal on Trout Creek is just kind of, you know, the next step of that design process and putting that design into play. And so the 2 photos you see on the left, so Trout Creek on the lower left, you can see a pretty big encroachment by conifers. The stream is incised, but not incised too bad. So this is really important. The low-tech process-based restoration approach, BDAs and PALs, they're effective to a point. If the stream is incised so much, they only do so much to kickstart that process that we want to see in terms of retaining more water onto the landscape. So when these creeks get so incised, that approach typically, you know, there is a threshold on how effective it could be. So this, I thought, was a great picture of the incision is there, but it's really not that bad. And the structure, given the depth and width of the stream channel and the structure that could be done with the BDAs and the PALs, I think will be effective at actually retaining that water and kicking it out into the meadow. And you could see the picture up on the left-hand side. The meadow, which was historically wet, is now dry. It's evident through the growth of sagebrush and other dry-tolerant species. And this project is going to restore a little over 2 miles of habitat on Trout Creek. So we typically show the metrics kind of in the beginning of the presentation, and what we thought today is that we would just do that at the end as kind of a wrap-up. And so as a result of providing funding awards to the projects proposed to you today for funding, this is kind of what you would get as a result of those investments. And so we have this one for restoration, and then we have the next one for technical assistance. And before we open it up for questions, I just want to thank all the people who put a lot of work into these applications, our granting organizations, the agencies that you all represent, and the landowners. We had a testimony from a landowner this morning, and I think we're going to go out and look at some sage-grouse habitat improvement works on private lands. And so a lot of work goes into developing these applications, and I just want to thank that. And we're here to tell their story and appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great presentation.
Co-chairs, if I may, I think typically we take public comment and then we'll come back up here after the break to take questions.
Yes.
And we have all 6 RPRs here that will help us answer your questions.
Great. Stephanie?
Just one note regarding public comment. Typically, the board focuses on clarifying questions, and we try to avoid getting into back and forth with folks who are providing public comment. So I just wanted to note that, and also just let folks know who are here today and watching and listening that even if we don't have that opportunity for follow-up questions beyond clarifying questions, that our staff do follow up with folks who provide public comment, and we have a chance for follow-up conversations later. So just wanted to let folks know that because it can be hard to not respond in the moment. But so just wanted you to know that that happens.
Thank you. We have 2 people for public comment today at this point. Chris Gannon?
Actually, can you start with gentleman Chris?
Yes. Curtis Martin?
Thank you. I know a few of you folks from previous circles. Bruce, how are you? Stephanie, so it's good to be here. I really appreciate OWEB being here. I'm a landowner. I'm also a board member on the Powder Basin Watershed Council. I'm probably a board member on too many things. I'm the LIT Baker Pack. LIT, I won't be able to be on the field trip this afternoon, but I can assure you I've been out there and it's really wondrous things that are going on. And what's really great, and I want to compliment OWEB, I've been a participant and recipient of a number of OWEB grants on my 2 properties. I ranch here in Baker County at North Powder, and in northern Malheur County. So I was really keyed into the little fact about Malheur County. That was where I was born and raised, in Vail. I really am proud of less than 1 person per square mile, I think was the comment there. So anyway, it gives you a real reality-based upbringing, and I've been a beef producer my entire life. So couple of things I want to just briefly touch on. I really appreciate the opportunity to give comment here. I would like to just briefly say that climate change is going on. I'm not arguing about that, but I do think there's a huge variety and a lot of misinformation going on out there in the carbon sequestration world as to the value of a ton of carbon. I attended the Western Governors Conference last December, I think it was in Boise, and it was very enlightening. I found it really interesting that a ton of carbon that is sequestered out of the air through these air capture machines, it was worth $590 a ton, and a ton of carbon that my sagebrush steppe dry rangeland sequesters is only worth $34 a ton. I had a lot of questions about that. And I think that's one thing that I think all of us need to be very aware of, that it's kind of a wild, wild west out there. And so to answer that question, I'm participating in research study with Dr. Carlos Ochoa, and I can't think of the other professor right now, that we're actually doing soil tests and actual carbon sequestering. It's so technical, I don't even use the right terminology. I find it very interesting, and I'm really glad that I'm able to be a part of it, because just tagging along with these guys, it's like, wow, whatever brain cells they got, I'd like to parasite off of those. But what we found is that there's been quite a bit of study in agricultural ground of carbon sequestering on the prime farmland that is high volume, high value in the Midwest. Very, very little in the western region of the high desert locations. And so what we're doing is approaching this carbon study and unbiased. I love it, because I think we're straight up. There's no tendency to be, true science has got to be adhered to, and that means there's no predestined agendas that are out there. But so what we're looking at is, United Nations, some of their studies are pointing toward animal agriculture as being from 3 to 5% of greenhouse gas releases into the atmosphere. And what we found is, through that research, that if you took just certain segments of the I'm speaking mainly of the cattle industry, the beef industry, is that yes, there is a higher release, but what we're doing, this study that we're embarking on is more of a holistic study of the entirety of the cattle interactions with the environments that we're at and so on, sagebrush and grazing, trying to really realize through the entirety of it what is out there. And through that, we're trying to have input to the Oregon Climate Change Commission, and we've had a little difficulty there. I see the red button's off, so I better be quiet. So anyway, Lisa, I really appreciated your questions about the specifics of the Oregon Heritage Agricultural Program. I'm really concerned about what specific project areas, or what is going to be accepted as implementation that will be classified as carbon sequestering. We really have to be cautious. I believe that what we're dealing with there is totally as close to unbiased science as we can, because there are elements in our society that is truly anti-animal agriculture. And so I don't want to get political here, but I think all of us, it is a real priority that we need to be very alert and really question exactly the practices that we employ and that we fund, that we do achieve, those purposes. I'm all about sequestering carbon. It's kind of new, but I find it very intriguing. So I'm sorry I took up too much of your time.
That's all right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Okay, we have one more person virtually. Chris, please.
Yes, good morning, board members, staff, and other attendees. For the record, my name is Chris Gannon. I'm the director of the Crooked River Watershed Council located in Central Oregon. We're headquartered in Prineville in Region 4. I'm here today to support a letter I sent to you. It's part of your file there. I believe it's page 15 in the public comment tab under agenda item H. I hope I mapped that correctly. I'm here this morning really to support that letter. I think I'll read, if it's okay with you, just a quick one-pager to save some time. Perhaps if there's interest, we can have a short question and answer at the very end. Really, I'm before you today under an obligation and commitment, I would say, to secure a non-federal match for a large U.S. Bureau of Reclamation WaterSmart grant for 2 projects located in the lower Crooked River Valley below Prineville. Without the federal match, this award would be in jeopardy. So today I thought maybe I'd just summarize a few of the high points in the letter. Hope you had time to read that in its entirety. And then I thought I would also maybe provide a little more context around the opportunity and the need for this section of the Crooked River. I also wanted to cite some field work conducted by ODF&W in 2022, actually located in the same reach of the Silva project. So just a little bit of a back step. The Silva King are 2 different landowner sites in the lower Crooked River. One of them, the Silva Ranch, is actually directly adjacent to the Ochico Preserve. So in terms of a summary, I think the first of 3 points I want to make is that we've applied for these 2 different projects 5 different times in total. Each time we've taken the TRT comments and evaluation points and tried to incorporate them into the next iteration or the next application. In doing so, we've also been able to lower the total request to OWEB over the course of those applications as we refined what the review team seemed to support and maybe eliminating what they weren't so keen on funding. I also want to point out that these projects follow a long line of technical assessments, plans, restoration actions in the lower Crooked River. I would point to the fish passage, the fish ladder at Opal Springs in 2019 as one of those projects. I would also note that the work itself, these 2 projects are bolstered by NRCS's lower Crooked River hydraulic assessment completed in 2010, the lower Crooked River action plan, which OWEB funded and completed in 2012. We also had a lower Crooked River landowner engagement grant funded by OWEB. All of those pieces were involved in getting us to where we are today, which is to say we've been able to spend RCPP money, NRCS RCPP money on the entire 19-mile reach. These are just 2 projects in that reach the RCPP funds the technical assistance. It's really a technical assistance grant that funds project designs and some of the permitting costs. The last point I would make is, under the summary at least, is that it's hard for us to understand the gap between the USBR evaluation and the OWEB TRT evaluation. The TRT, in the case of both of these grants over the course of 5 applications, has continually landed on a do not fund recommendation. I find it hard to understand that a little bit, given that the USBR competition was national. We competed with 500 applicants. Out of the 52, my letter said 51, it's actually 52 that were funded. We were in the top 10 funded nationally by that Water Smart program. So that's a pretty big gap between those two evaluation outcomes, and I guess I'm maybe not smart enough to understand that completely. I wanted to close with just a few more quick points if I could. These projects were designed and intended to address limiting factors to habitat for steelhead. These are right out of the Mid-Sea Columbia Plan. And they really are based on the realities that we're faced with today regarding some of the impacts to the Lower Crooked River. So those are primarily flow impacts derived from Bowman and Ochoco dams. We don't have natural flow patterns in the Lower Crooked River, and that's a big problem. I do want to quickly point out some research that was done by ODF&W in 2022. They looked at 50 smolts, tagged steelhead smolts, that were part of a cohort of about 2,000 or 3,000 smolts that were released all at the same time. Out of those tagged 50 fish, only one of them made it through the first mile in the Crooked River. So as those fish went down Mackay Creek and entered the Crooked River, the first mile within the Crooked River, we lost 98% of those tagged fish. The implication is that there are problems in that section of the river that need to be addressed. It's not a natural system, as I mentioned. It's channelized, it's a confined system, has unnatural flows, it's overly simplified, and it's really a homogeneous riverscape. I don't think, and I think a lot of people might agree, the status quo, the current conditions are just not working for the Najimus Fish Reintroduction Program. On a positive note, I did want to let you know that we're working more closely with our partners to design the other 8 Landowner projects in the 19-mile reach in an effort and in hopes to maybe gain more support from those projects as we move them through a potential OWEB application. I think I'll stop there, and again, in an effort to save some time and maybe answer a question or two. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Chris, for your letter and presentation. We appreciate it. Jamie, yes, please, comment.
Yeah, actually, just a question of clarification, and thanks, Chris, for your letter and your presentation. And I actually discussed this a bit with Stephanie ahead of time. One of the things that really jumped out at me was the fact that you've applied for this 5 times. This, and one of the things I was going to ask staff about is the process for review. Can you just share your understanding of the feedback you've received in the past and any changes you make to the project along the way in those 5 different applications? Because, I know I often ask, we only have so many resources, and whenever projects fall below the line, I often in the past have asked staff about, well, how can we potentially fund this? What are the gaps, or how do we potentially fund these great projects in the future? And my understanding of what I've been told, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's a conversation with the applicant and feedback is provided. So there's an opportunity for the applicant to make some adjustments and then come back with a stronger application, and then face the possibility of getting approved in the future. So can you just comment on those 5 different conversations? If I'm trying to get an understanding if there's been feedback provided and your perspective has been, no, we can't do that here. And so there's been kind of that impasse, or if there's been multiple iterations and multiple changes that you've made to your project.
Right. No, thank you for that, Jamie. I appreciate it very much. I would say that over the course of those 5 applications, we've tried to be responsive to the TRT comments. Those comments, in terms of sort of the concerns expressed, are primarily, it seems to me, primarily based around the planting and re-veg plans. Now, having said that, it seems like there is a little bit of I don't want to say philosophical departure perhaps, but I think maybe the review team perhaps takes a more idealistic view of what we should be doing in terms of priorities and actual elements within the project. So for example, when we talk about stabilizing the riverbanks in the lower Crooked to ameliorate and reduce erosion rate, sedimentation to the river, improve water quality, and sort of secure those banks from future erosion events. And this is large wood, by the way, that we're talking about. One of the comments we get back from the TRT that I struggle with the most, Jamie, is around sort of a philosophical view, I believe, that is based on the idea that really we want the river to move across its floodplain and interact with the full floodplain. Now, remember, these are active farms and working lands that we're talking about, number one. And number two, more importantly, because it's such a highly regulated flood controlled system, we really don't see those super high, the high end of the hydrograph anymore. And therefore, we really don't have much of an opportunity to get the river out of its banks, frankly. So that's a little bit confounding and confusing. And I don't know that we can design a project based on the current realities with Bowman Dam and Ochiko Dam in place. I don't know that we can design a project that will get the river, lift the river up onto the floodplain. I just don't see that happening. We have a deeply incised river. It's an inset floodplain that we might be able to improve. These two projects primarily focus on large wood along the riverbanks to protect stream, to reduce stream velocities, drop some sediment, create some backwater habitats around those logs, and frankly, to provide cover for the younger size classes of steelhead and salmon that are used in the river. So,
All right. Oh, Chris.
Yes, sorry.
So I think we've covered the clarifying point. So just wanted to redirect folks to clarifying questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Curtis. Thank you for your comments. And we are at break time. We're going to cut you a little short to catch up with our agenda. So we'll take a 10-minute break. See you at 11:30. Thank you. everyone. Let's get back to work if you're ready. Even if you're not. Eric, I'll turn this over to you.
Okay. Thank you, co-chairs, board members. At this time, we have our panel of regional program representatives prepared to answer any questions that you might have. The table's a little small, so depending on which region your question is in, we'll call that RPR up to the table to talk through responses. So we're ready when you are.
You, Mark. Yeah, he's a coming. Okay. Do we have any questions for Bruce?
First off, I have a comment. Region 5 wins hands down on project title selection. There's no question, they're great. Congratulations.
Do you want to name that title, Bruce?
Well, I think that all of them, as far as it's the group of them that show a wonderful sense of irony and wit. So my question is, every time we have an open solicitation presentation, I have this question. I never ask it, but the question that Jamie brought up told me that I should ask. We often hear on unfunded projects that we will talk to them, staff talks to them, TRT, they take recommendations and resubmit. I have never seen an analysis of what percentage of grant applications are resubmissions, how many times they've been resubmitted, what is the percentage of approval or funding for resubmitted applications. Is the system we're using for helping applicants improve their project in a way that they have a higher degree of probability that they will be funded in the future. So that's the kind of analysis that I think it would be of benefit to the board and actually to our partners and the staff to actually take a look at.
A couple of responses, Bruce. One is the review teams, if they don't feel there's a there, they'll say that. And so there won't be a straightforward encouragement to resubmit if there isn't a project there, a viable project. But I would say probably in most cases, there is something there. And that's why we spend an awful lot of time crafting these evaluations to very clearly articulate, particularly if it needs to be resubmitted, the concerns that the technical reviewers raised. And you'll see that throughout the packet, that there's quite a bit of detail. The other piece is when an application is a resubmittal, the reviewers are provided with the previous evaluations so that they can see whether or not their previous comments were addressed during technical review. That's an important piece as well. I don't have figures for you for how many are resubmitted or, what the success rate might be or how many times. So I unfortunately can't answer that question for you.
And we don't, the board members don't get to see whether it's a resubmission or not. We don't have that history. Those of us who've been around for a little while might recognize a project, but we don't know if it's just kind of a vague memory.
Typically, you do have to read through the evaluation for reference to the prior one. It doesn't jump out at you necessarily. Yes.
Sorry, should it be referenced
more towards the top?
We can think about that. We certainly do that for the review teams. When we have the list of projects, it's noted on the agenda for the review team meeting, whether or not it's a resubmitted application. And also in our guidance to applicants, we recommend that they directly address concerns from previous evaluations.
Thank you. I forgot. Mark, you're next. Mark
Thank you,
Lather.
Ron. Jane. So, open solicitation is always a tough one for all of us. It's great for all of those projects that got funded. They are very, very happy, and they're getting some good work done on the ground, but it always comes down to those that fell below the line. And in each of those applications, it shows the strengths and weaknesses and the concerns of those applications. And it's always tough for us to say, geez, I wish we could fund more projects. I wish we had more money to do those. But from my perspective, we always have to rely on the staff work unless we see something, blaring in there. And so, when I review the applications, I try to look for those blaring things. I don't necessarily seem to find them, but I do express, frustrations that we can't fund more projects, and I wish we had more money to do that. For example, the Central Oregon, as I recall, there was 9 projects that were listed under the restoration category. 6 of the 9 went above the line for funded, and 3 didn't. Of course, those 3 that didn't, including Crooked Watershed Council, fell below the line. And that's hard for folks to be not funded, especially when they've applied, sounds like several times. And so it's just difficult for, I think, us board members to see those that fall below the line because we don't have the funding or they don't meet the criteria or those kind of things. But, it's always difficult, I'm sure, for staff to try to find the kernels in the soup, if you will, to say this is a really good project and funded. But for those who did go above the line and got funded, congratulations. I don't have any concerns with any of the staff recommendations. I didn't see any glaring errors. I feel bad for those who fell below the line, but all I want to say is I encourage you to, as we say, relentless engagement. Keep at it. Don't give up. Maybe you'll be above the line the next time, but please don't give up and continue to do the good work that we all know you do. And we know that 99% of you are volunteers and you care about the resource and you want to do good work. So please don't give up, and please keep working with staff to try to find yourself above that line the next time.
Thank you, Mark. Jamie, and then Lindsay.
Thanks. I had a couple general questions from the beginning of the staff report, and phenomenal job on staff report as always, but really great, very informative. Thank you. A couple introductory questions, and I also have a question about the project that's referenced. First of all, there was the reference to the fact that we removed the funding cap and that some projects the cost has really gone up in terms of the application. And we knew that would happen because we were controlling, we had a limiting factor in there. So my question is, are these applications, are they essentially all or nothing, or is staff in a position to be able to say, hey, we up the cap from 75K, you're now asking us for $500,000. That's going to be high for this project. But if you only want to ask for $250,000, and cut back the project, it looks like that's something we can recommend. Is staff in a position to do that, or is it just an all or nothing consideration? And I'll ask these questions one at a time because I've got a bunch of them.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. The way that our process works, and by rule, applications are complete as submitted. And that starts the review process. And with, 132 applications coming in, we can't really manage a process where we're sort of entering into a negotiation for an individual application. And so it truly is an all or nothing. You know, and I think the one thing that maybe helps with that, although, you know, it's hard to say it helps if you're not recommended for funding, but we do have a 6-month cycle, which I think is a bit unusual for most programs of this type. And so, and we've structured our deadlines such that these evaluations have been posted for a few weeks now, and our next cycle deadline is next week. So they get the news, they can see the evaluation criteria if they're not recommended for funding, and they have about a month to work on a revised application and get it in right away for consideration by the board the next cycle. And so, yeah, it doesn't unfortunately leave room to do that kind of dissecting of an application, because then we'd have to think about, well, if this piece of the project is missing, how would that be reviewed technically? Or is the budget even constructed in such a way that we can figure out the right amount for the components that we want to fund? All of those things make that a really complicated endeavor.
Yeah, that was my understanding. And does some of the staff feedback, is it ever the case, or does it now become the case, because again, this is a recent change, to say, hey, we might have recommended it for a scaled down project? Is that feedback that's provided?
Yes, that is sometimes provided in an evaluation. If a particular project element doesn't maybe have the same cost benefit ratio as another element, you'll see that in the evaluation, that the technical reviewers, if you might express a preference if there's a resubmittal to focus on one particular aspect of an application.
Great. And then this is a small one, because of it was called out, that amazing climate benefits model that the OAHP Watershed Council provided. Do we have incentives, or can we provide compensation for any really creative models like that are developed that we could essentially purchase to be able to use and put on our website? Or does that just become some of the shared model? It seems like a lot of really great work went into that, and that's helping us to move forward on some of these, on our climate mission.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, under our grant agreements, the anything produced from a project that we fund is public information. And so anything like that we want to post on our website or share with others, we can do that.
Okay, great. And then specific to this project, and as I mentioned, and I very much appreciate Mark's comments, obviously we always have limited resources, so how do we best invest those resources? And every project is different. What really did strike me about this, though, is the multiple applications. And I think the comment you made before to Bruce's question was, if there's no there, you let someone know. So if I submit a project and it clearly is not a fit for OWEB, I assume that you would just let me know that up front. But it sounds like there's been a lot of input and a lot of conversations with this specific applicant. And there's a couple of criteria that seem unique here. One is the high mortality rate in this reaches stream. And so that being a high need and signaling an important type project, but also the limiting factors of some of the existing structures. So I can appreciate that, and the applicant mentioned the request to provide more some of the potential design criteria, but that actual desire to provide that would be restricted by some of the structures in place. So can you give me a sense of what the conversations are when there are structures that limit what someone can do on an area that clearly has a high value or a high opportunity? And also, were there specific criteria, similar to the question I asked the applicant, were there specific criteria that were given that were not followed, that allows us, when we're looking at it as board members, to say, okay, they had their chance, staff was really clear and specific, they chose not to follow up on that, versus no, they were provided some opportunities, they've made adjustments. And it's trying to find out where that missing piece is, given the fact they've gone through the process 5 times.
Yeah. Thanks, Jamie. And I'm going to ask my colleague, Greg Cianello, to join me up here. I'll start with an answer and ask Greg to fill in more details. I think in this very area, you can go right upstream and see a project that OWEB funded both in land acquisition and in restoration called the Ochiko Preserve that gets water onto the floodplain. So it is possible to do work there. Now, in the stretch that we're talking about for the two projects that Chris mentioned, that's not a reasonable expectation, and we're not expecting that because these are areas with high value crops. I think what the challenge is and what the specific criteria is that they're unable to meet. We do have in our evaluation criteria to prefer projects that address causes rather than symptoms. And patching a bank in an almost vertical state is kind of the definition of addressing a symptom and not a cause. And there isn't information in there to help understand, well, if you do that, how is that going to affect the river dynamics? Where's that river energy going to go? Is it going to cause more erosion upstream or downstream on another property? And I think what we're dealing with here, and this is completely reasonable, you've got landowners with high value crops that don't want to provide room. We're not expecting, again, a stage 0 project, but a little bit more room to more fully address the cause of that instability rather than just patching up a bank. And again, it's not, and I've had a conversation with Chris about this, I can't say that it's unreasonable that for any landowner to want to maintain the cropping right up to the river's edge the way they are now, because there's a lot of value there. And so it may just be that given the circumstances of the configuration of these properties, the crops grown and the landowner's desires, that there just simply isn't room to move towards the evaluation concerns raised. So Greg, anything to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. For the record, my name is Greg Sinella, the Central Oregon Regional Program Representative. And so the Silver Ranch was submitted for a third time in the fall of 2023, and the King Ranch was submitted for a second time in the fall of 2023. So I wanted to make that clear. One application wasn't submitted 5 times. That was a sum of 2 applications being submitted a total of 5 times. And yes, the applicant did take our previous concerns to heart, and you could read those in the evaluations, particularly around when the Silver Ranch was first submitted. It was the title of the project was more geared towards fish habitat, but it had a water quality component that didn't really have a lot of detail. And the reviewers were like, this is kind of interesting, but we don't really know who's going to maintain the treatment, the wetland treatment cell, how are weeds going to be, kept from being established, and how is sediment going to be, continually cleaned out so this treatment wetland can be functional over time. And so the applicant did take those concerns and kind of reincorporate those into future applications. And so, we did see a progression of these applications, getting better and better, if you will. And in fact, the Silver Ranch was recommended by the review team, but it fell below the staff funding line because it was prioritized 7 of 7, and due to the funding limitations, it was at the bottom of the list and fell below the funding line. So yes, they do take those concerns, and they have taken those concerns to heart, and I think they've done a good job addressing them. But the stabilization piece is, as Eric talked about, it's a tricky one to navigate given our evaluation criteria.
Thanks, and just that's very, very helpful. I appreciate it. And just to follow up, so it sounds like some of the general concerns were addressed, but this stabilization piece and it being the causes rather than the symptoms is kind of the stickler on this piece. Is there? I know there's not a flat answer for every project because every project's different, but in this case, is there a specific number that's been given to the applicant to say, hey, if you provided 10 feet or 20 feet or 50 feet or 100 feet, then it would meet that criteria and get staff's recommendation? Has that information been provided, or what would that number be?
Great question, Jamie. I don't know, to be honest with you. That's typically not the type of guidance that we provide. I think, if the applicant wanted to come back again and resubmit, what would be of good value would be to understand, along with the stabilization is planting. And so long-term, it's the planting that's going to be the long-term stabilizer over time. That wood will eventually decompose and degrade, and some of it will probably fall off. But that vegetation is going to really meant to hold the bank take into place over time. And so what was lacking is a description and a map of what species were going to be planted where, so we have an understanding of what that future riparian buffer is going to look like, what the vegetative species composition will be, and then what that vertical structure will be. You know, there's shrubs, there's forbs, and then there's trees. And so I think if the applicant was, interested in reapplying, that would be a good component of feedback to help us understand not only with the stabilization, but the vegetation and the desired future condition of what that riparian canopy can be would be essential, and that just was lacking in previous submissions.
Okay, thanks. And this is super helpful because it's even getting, as I'm having conversations with people, for me to understand what that criteria is. So in these conversations, it's not a matter of giving a number, it's having the applicant give a number and then responding to that. But if I'm the applicant and I came to staff, said, hey, I understand it's this stabilization stream bank, give me a number, we'll do it. Is that not the way the conversation happens? So it's just got to be something that it's something that's provided, and then a discussion happens from there. And I appreciate also the clarification on the 5 versus 3 versus 2. I'm just really struck by the multiple submittals and wanting to make it a process that folks feel we're leaning into and trying to work together with them on.
Yeah, I think the number's tough for us because it's not us working with the landowner to figure out what voluntary conservation looks like. It's the applicant working with the landowner to develop what voluntary conservation looks like. And so I think it's really difficult to put a specific number on a width of what riparian system should be, because that system has been so heavily altered. If you ask 5 scientists, you're likely going to get 5 different answers. And that's a tricky thing to navigate.
Yeah, and stepping back more generally, that is the purpose of our technical assistance offering, to work through alternatives, with professional designers that can help understand, well, if you do this, here's what the outcome's likely to be, here's what the cost will be, here's what the benefits will be. And we don't have that kind of information, at least yet, for these projects.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay.
Thank you. No questions, just a couple comments. First, want to say that I really feel that open solicitation is one of the ways that OWEB does what it does. And so really great to kind of have this opportunity and have all of the applicants come to us, and just kind of want to recognize the amount of work that goes into this. So, RPRs, I really feel your passion and your expertise and knowledge for your area that comes through, even though we only got to hear from 2 of you today. But really great job kind of synthesizing all of this information. Really great job to the OWEB staff at presenting that amount of information. The visuals are great, the slides are great, the highlights are great. Hard to pick just a couple projects to feature, but just really, really great job overall. I know that the amount of time that it takes landowners and partners and people who put the application together, and then the technical review team, like so many thousands of hours have gone into this. So to get to this point, and every 6 months we get to do this. So just great job, everybody. It does sound like maybe that project that we're talking about might be a best fit for a TA opportunity down the line if that hasn't been explored. And then just would like to say, I'd be happy to make a motion when we're ready.
Thank you, Lindsay. Mark.
This question's for Greg. Just some clarification on 15 Mile, the helicopter project. It is quite spendy. There are few, if any, roads in there. I'm just wondering, was it degraded because of past management activities? Or was it identified as not particularly degraded, but a pretty promising place for future climate change refugia? And that's why you're investing in it now?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Great question. It's the latter. Yeah, so it's not that heavily degraded. In fact, when we hiked in and did the site visit for the project, huge Doug firs and cedars growing right along the bank. And you saw the picture there with
There's wood in there.
there's wood in there, but the reason why the Wasco SWCD is really trying to work with the Forest Service on doing this project is because the SWCD has been spending so much time on lower 15 mile where the private folks are. They've been doing a lot of projects to benefit stream flow. So the climate models do predict a much more warming trend in lower 15 mile. And so that the emphasis here is to look at where you can have that cool water benefit in the headwater areas that are up on the Mount Hood National Forest and improve upon what is already pretty good. And so the thought is that the Forest Service already has the logs in place, so they're sourcing all the material. And so the hope and thought is that once they do this work, they can really walk away for quite some time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Gary, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall for the record. Just because Mark asked that, I wanted to, just out of curiosity, ask Greg maybe, are you seeing any kind of, I mean, were you hiking these streams and things, any voluntary large wood placement, naturally happening? Because, I've been on this board a long time. We've placed a lot of logs and a lot of streams and things, and there's been conversation about, the eventuality of that will be nature should be able to take care of some of that stuff. And I was wondering if there's any of that you're seeing happen, and how it might, differences might be maybe in deciduous type plants or evergreens, if and the effects they're having on the streams, if it is happening.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Great question. For the record, again, Greg Cianella. So in the 15-mile system, we did see quite a bit of natural recruitment, and that photo was pretty good evidence of that. But I will say on the Neal Creek site visit, the photo I provided probably didn't do the greatest of justice, but it's on property owned by the Hood River County. And so you probably saw a lot of red alder associated adjacent to Neal Creek. And so red alder, it will eventually die and provide wood into the stream, but it doesn't really last that long. It's kind of small and it'll just get flushed out. And so they are replanting with conifers, but that replanting and growth and actual falling into the stream will take many, many, many years. And so that helicopter placement will kind of kickstart that process to get those bigger conifers into the system. And so I think where most of the wood treatments are occurring in these environments where you don't have that mature conifer forest adjacent that's going to provide that future large wood. And we talked a lot about pace and scale, and we kind of need to kind of ramp that up and pick it up. And so this is just a way to kind of kickstart that process to get those bigger conifers that would historically been there but are no longer there for a wide variety of reasons. So kind of yes and no. And does that help?
Yeah, it does. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Jamie?
Yeah, Chair, I apologize. There was one follow-up I meant to have because staff, I thought gave a great response and a very appropriate that additional research was needed to provide an assessment of the one reach of stream that we were talking about. But I was just curious in the public comment response, there was the response essentially to the issues raised from the River Design Group. And does that meet the criteria, staff's criteria for having an outside party come in and provide an assessment of what is doable and not doable, essentially? Because I thought there was a great point raised, but it looks like the applicant has already submitted that.
Jamie, maybe you can help me understand what the question is?
Yes. So you had made the point that in order for staff to consider this project going forward, there would need to be an assessment or a response to the issues raised on bank stabilization, and need to essentially bring in an expert to share that information with staff for staff to consider that. But I noticed in the public comment, right after Chris's letter. The attachment to that was several pages of an assessment done by the River Design Group. And it's on pages 18 through 23 of the public comment packet. And there was an assessment of each of these issues raised for the treatment of the wetland, for the side channels, and the bank stabilization. And there was a professional assessment of what the limitations were and why they could or could not meet the criteria that was established by staff. So I was just, when you talked about a technical assistance grant, would that go beyond having a professional firm step in and provide this additional feedback? Or I'm just wondering if this meets that criteria.
I can offer a thought here. I think one of your questions, Jamie, was have we provided guidance on the width of the stream side area restoration and the composition of that and so forth? And that is not part of the follow-up comment. So I think that was one of the things that Greg was referring to.
Oh, yeah, no, I heard that piece, but when I was asking like what more could be done, and that was the reference to potentially a technical assistance grant, so that that staff could not affirmatively say you need to do X, but that staff said the applicant would need to come in with a professional to be able to say, well, here's either what we want to do or here's why we can't do it. And so I was just curious as to why this additional from the River Design Group, if that met the criteria that was that staff was referring to, or.
Yeah. Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, I was speaking generically, stepping back in terms of our granting process and offering that up as typically, we go work through design through a technical assistance application. I think in this particular case, what you saw from the River Design Group, the technical review team looked at and said, we're still putting a Band-Aid on a bank erosion problem and not actually, elevating habitat protection or restoration in that area.
And just to quickly follow up with that, Jamie, the few other items that were addressed through that technical memo provided by River Design Group were received and well received by the review team. And you'll see that in the strengths of the evaluation of that particular project, that yes, the applicant did see those concerns and alongside their design team did address those concerns.
Ms. Lindsay.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary, I move the board approve the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment D to the fall 2023 open solicitation grant offering staff report.
Thank you. A motion been made by Lindsay, and Gary, was that you?
Yes.
Second. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, congratulations. Good work, crew. Yeah. Okay, we're only 3 minutes behind, and I think lunch is ready. So we'll take a 1 hour. We'll be back here to work at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Upland.
For those of you on virtual board or the virtual screen, we're just waiting on some other board members to show up back up after lunch. So hold tight, please.
Should be like a little whistle or like a little chime.
Cowbell.
Yeah, that.
Or buzzer.
All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. Nicole, good choices for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keeping us on our greens. Appreciate it. All right, we are now after lunch and we are on item I on our agenda. And we have Renee and Miriam, no?
Miriam is on virtually. There she is. I
She is,
see
okay.
her now. Yes. All right.
All right, take it away.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I'm joined by Miriam Forney, who is OWEB's Land Acquisitions Coordinator. She's joining us virtually. So as Barbara noted, we are on agenda item I. I will flag this has two parts. It begins on page 502 of your board book. So the first part is the grant, the board deliberation on the grant, the land acquisition grants that had a deadline last fall. So that was where we'll spend most of our time. We'll have a staff presentation, then we'll have public comment. I believe we have one person signed up for public comment, and then we'll have board discussion and deliberation on that. We then will move into agenda item I2, which is a brief request to the board to extend the end date for a land acquisition project that you previously awarded funding for. So I will start with some background about the land acquisition program overall, the process that we use for these grants, and then we'll turn it over to Miriam for specifics about the application that came in September that you'll be deliberating on. So in terms of the overall purpose, for the land acquisition grant program, this is part of our constitutional mandate under Measure 76. So for both land acquisition and water acquisition, OWEB has been directed to work with local partner organizations and voluntary willing sellers for both land protection and stream flow protection. And the intent with the land acquisition grant program is, as you can see on the screen, expend funds in a strategic manner on projects that address critical watershed resources and processes. So one piece I will mention that we've talked about a bit, but it's an evolving space for us. So we now have 4 different land and water transaction programs. One is still in development. So we have kind of the traditional Measure 76 land acquisition, so very strong focus on native fish and wildlife species and habitats and conservation, stream flow restoration in the form of water acquisition grants. And we have Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, which you heard about this morning. So we now have another slug of funding for OAHP, which is a great addition. Dual benefit program that has both conservation and ag economic benefits for that. And then we're standing up the drinking water source protection program, which Steph mentioned this morning. So that's a land acquisition program focused on drinking water areas to ensure we have clean, clear drinking water for communities by protecting source areas. So I just wanted to give you a sense of this This is a growing portfolio for the agency. This is very much grounded in the traditional Measure 76 land acquisition intent, though. All right, so in terms of principles, we have many underlying principles for the land acquisition program. I would start with some of what I just mentioned around protecting diverse fish and wildlife species assemblages and their habitats, intact ecosystems, and then really ensuring that we are guarding and protecting critical ecosystem functions and processes to get at landscape scale conservation. These are some of our biggest in terms of sizable investments that we can make. In terms of the review components, not unlike what you see with other OWEB grant programs, multiple components to the review process for land acquisition. So obviously a cornerstone of that, given the Measure 76 intent, is ecological outcomes. So detailed look at the ecological merits and values of projects, working with subject matter experts as part of the technical review. We also do project soundness reviews, so since these are land transactions, they can have legal and financial terms that are fairly complicated, so we have a team of folks, staff, due diligence, contractor, and Department of Justice helping with that. Organizational capacity, given the perpetual nature of these investments, it's important to take a look at the track record of organizations that are proposing land acquisition projects. And then the final two bullets I'll kind of put together around community benefits and impacts and public comment. So we have an extensive process both on the applicant side and on the OWEB side in terms of really understanding what are the potential community benefits and impacts of a land acquisition project. We understand that it may take land out of production, and so really understanding what has the applicant done on their side to engage, and also having multiple steps in public comment process with a lot of noticing to local jurisdictions, to tribes. For fee simple projects on which we would hold a conservation easement, such as this one, we hold our own public hearing to ensure that we're hearing from the community about the potential benefits and impacts. So in terms of the grant deadline that happened last September, we had one application come in from Deschutes Land Trust. Miriam will walk you through that project shortly. So the request is just around $2.3 million that's requested for this particular transaction, and staff are recommending this for funding per the staff report in your board packet. I would note you did receive some kind of late breaking materials. It's fairly standard with the land acquisition deliberation. So on Friday, I think it was, Nicole sent an email that had several items. One is the collection of public comment that we had received, written public comment that we had received, a summary of the public hearing and feedback from Deschutes Land Trust, the applicant organization, to that public comment during the hearing, and then the final funding conditions. That's something that we iterate with the applicant and Department of Justice on, so you have the final funding conditions that would be attachment B to the staff report. So I think with that, I will turn it over to Miriam to walk you through information about Paulina Creek Preserve.
Good afternoon, board members. Can you hear me?
We can.
Outstanding. One application was received, as Renee said. This is application 224-9904-23176, submitted by Deschutes Land Trust, also referred to as DLT here. DLT requested $2,280,584 to reimburse costs that it incurred in the purchase of a ranch in southern Deschutes County. The property is just east of the city of La Pine. Deschutes refers to the ranch now as Paulina Creek Preserve. Renee, can you advance the slide to the locator map? Thanks. DLT intends to partition and convey approximately 366 acres of the eastern portion of the preserve to the Forest Service, which owns adjacent land. The grant application states that the Forest Service will manage the 366-acre parcel to enhance habitat connectivity. The intended Forest Service parcel is shown here on this map as a turquoise-colored area. Deschutes requested OWEB funds be applied to the area in yellow. That's the remaining approximately 734-acre portion of the preserve. In this discussion, I'll refer to that 734-acre portion as the property to distinguish it from the entire preserve. Next slide. The property consists of a large meadow and marsh complex, as well as ponderosa pine and lodgepole pine forests. Freshwater emergent marsh and wet meadow are uncommon in the Deschutes Basin, and our board established priorities for land acquisition in that area. The meadow and marsh is degraded, the result of stream channelization and hydrology alterations associated with past uses of the property. Next slide. The property's forests are in mixed condition. Some areas have been thinned and other areas are in need of thinning. Next slide. Restoration opportunities include improving and diversifying flow routes in Paulina Creek, improving the connectivity of the creek to its floodplain, improving riparian marsh and meadow vegetative health, including pollinator habitat, and improving forest structure to support healthy and resilient forest habitat. Reviewers determined that the meadow and marsh complex requires a thorough hydrologic analysis to understand historic conditions and restoration potential, and to determine the appropriate plant communities and species to recover. The restored conditions might turn out differently than what Deschutes described in the grant application, depending on the outcome of the restoration assessments and design. Despite the uncertainty, reviewers determined that restoring the property is important work and it should be pursued. This morning, the board awarded funding for technical assistance grant application 2244012, which Greg Cianella described for Paulina Creek Preserve. The TA work is going to result in restoration designs that are construction ready. The property has a pertinent senior water rights. Ecological reviewers concurred with DLT's plan to permanently transfer the rights in stream to benefit fish and wildlife after restoration is complete. The plan involves DLT working with a neighbor to ensure that the neighbor's water right is not negatively affected by restoration work. Paulina Creek is currently isolated and it's influenced by fisheries in Paulina Lake. However, with permanent in-stream transfers of water rights, such as those that DLT intends, there's a possibility of restoring flow connection, surface flow connection to the Little Deschutes River. And that surface flow connection could provide native fish access to quality spawning habitat in Paulina Creek, and also enable the Oregon spotted frog to occupy restored habitat on the property. Western Rivers Conservancy recently purchased Paulina Meadows Ranch, which is a 655-acre property downstream at the confluence of Paulina Creek and the Little Deschutes River. Western Rivers is working to secure Land and Water Conservation Fund funding, then convey Paulina Meadows Ranch to the BLM. Information that we obtained from Western Rivers states that their process will complete conservation of the entire length of Paulina Creek. Circling back to DLT's property purchase, it can be reimbursed under the administrative rules of the land acquisition program. Certain aspects of the proposed project need to be addressed before OWEB funds are released. So for example, it's necessary for DLT to obtain land use approval to establish the property as a legal unit of land. Reviewers noted that restoration planning is going to take at least several years, and that an interim property management plan is going to be necessary to protect the property's existing conservation values during the planning process. An interim plan is going to be particularly important for addressing public use of the property. The property has a long history of trespass, particularly unauthorized recreational use. So it's important for DLT to allocate the resources necessary to prevent unauthorized use of the property and ensure that all future public use is planned and implemented in a manner that's consistent with maintaining and restoring habitat for native fish and wildlife, which is, as Renee said, the purpose of OWEB's land acquisition program as established by the Oregon Constitution. So in summary, the application presents an opportunity to protect 734 acres, including this large marsh and meadow complex. And the project will protect habitat connectivity, and it'll lead to restoration, restoring degraded conditions, and ensuring habitat connectivity are both board adopted principles for land acquisition. Climate benefits of the project include sequestering carbon in the future restored wetlands and wet meadows, and also providing cold water refugia in the summer for a more resilient stream system. Next slide. Staff recommends the board award $2,280,584 for the project in accordance with OWEB standard grant agreement for land acquisition and including the project-specific conditions that were provided to you by Nicole, which Renee mentioned. Next slide. Funding conditions are a part of all land acquisition grants and are discussed with applicants before the board meeting, as Renee described. The conditions are essentially a roadmap to closing the proposed transaction. So for this project, conditions will result in things such as a shared understanding of property management planning, stewardship funding, and the objectives of title work, to name a couple. That's all I have for you at this point, and I understand now that we'll hear from DLT.
All right, we are moving on down to public comment. And where did that list go? Oh, we have one signed up. Here it is, all this paper. Let's see, who is it? Natasha, are you here? Oh, you're virtual. Okay, I thought she was in person. Natasha Bellis, Deschutes Land Trust. All right. All right, you have 3 minutes, please.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs Boyer and McAllister and members of the OWEB board. My name is Natasha Bellis and I'm the Conservation Director at Deschutes Land Trust. We're based in Bend. I'm here today to provide comment in support of the Paulina Creek Preserve land acquisition project before the board today, item I-1. Paulina Creek Preserve is located in South Deschutes County with ponderosa and lodgepole pine forests, wet and dry meadows, and miles of Paulina Creek. The preserve helps mitigate the impacts of climate change by providing connections to surrounding barrier-free landscapes, including the Newberry National Volcanic Monument, and provides habitat for a wide range of wildlife from amphibians and fish to songbirds and bats. While conservation values abound on the former ranch, the Land Trust will enhance these values through restoration of the preserve, as Miriam described. We plan to begin restoration design on the property imminently through the TA grant this board approved this morning and recognize that restoring the property will maximize the conservation values present and allow for others, such as the sequestration of carbon potential in the wetland soils, to emerge. The Land Trust would like to bring a few things to the board's attention for consideration as you contemplate funding this project. First, the Land Trust is sensitive to purchasing agricultural land for the purposes of ecological restoration. Agricultural lands define Central Oregon's landscapes and communities and enhance fish and wildlife habitat in their own right. In fact, protecting intact farms, ranches, and forest lands from development is one of the Land Trust's core areas of focus. To date, we have worked with willing landowners to protect over 7,000 acres of working lands from fragmentation through working lands easements. This is roughly half of our land protection portfolio. If we had the opportunity to protect Paulina Creek Preserve as agricultural land, we would have. However, this property was listed on the market for almost 2 years, and even significant price reductions did not yield an agricultural buyer. The property alone is not large enough to support a viable farm or ranch. Before the Land Trust submitted an offer on the property, the seller was already drafting land use applications to partition the property into 3 parcels. Those of you who are familiar with South Deschutes County and the La Pine area know that growth in this area is exponential, as is evidenced by several surrounding subdivisions. Second, the Land Trust executed a broad community engagement process for Paulina Creek Preserve with over 150 community members that included public meetings, small group meetings, and surveys to ascertain community values for the property. The Land Trust will consider these values while drafting our management plan and designing restoration for the property. Third, the preserve holds the water right diversion for a neighboring property that is not appurtenant to the creek. The Land Trust wants to assure the board that we are aware of our legal obligations with regards to this diversion and are and will remain in close connection with our neighbor regarding our restoration design for that portion of the property. We have regular communications with our neighbor who provides a valuable service to the Land Trust by alerting us to trespassers and provides a lot of input on the history of the property. We will continue to work with our neighbor and the Water Resources Department and our engineering team on a restoration design that will not reduce certificated water availability for or access to our neighbor's water right. We very much understand the sensitivity of water use and availability in our basin. Fourth, the Land Trust is working with ODFW fisheries biologists on restoration design and shaping a possible in-stream water right transfer on the property. Biologists have expressed to us the need for more spawning habitat for red band trout on the Upper Deschutes River and would like to work with the Land Trust to develop this habitat if possible. That's all I had for the board. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything else you want to add, Renee? All right. So we are going to go into deliberation. Does anybody have questions or comments on this for Renee?
And Miriam.
And Miriam, thank you. And Miriam, thank you. I'm going to go Mark Webb first and then Mark Labhart.
So I do think Miriam addressed some of my questions or concerns, but this is on page 3, second paragraph, or several paragraphs down. The property title circumstances are complex and include several encumbrances that could present challenges to restoration. I was concerned about the investment in the property if we're not confident we can actually do what we want. And I do think that Miriam addressed that, but could you just speak to that again?
Certainly, Mark, thanks for the question. I'll start, and then Miriam, feel free to chime in as the expert here. So I think connecting back to the board's award this morning of the technical assistance grant, the grant application did include some preliminary information about what restoration potential might look like, kind of a phase 1 Tetra Tech report, and there absolutely, and Natasha, I think, messaged some of this, is the need for additional restoration planning. And I think that is certainly taking into account any existing encumbrances, also recognizing the type of system that it is. I don't think something akin to stage 0 is contemplated in this system, but what might lower touch reconnection of that wet meadow habitat be to the aquatic areas, being very mindful of any restrictions because of easements or encumbrances. And I do think that the technical assistance grant that you all just funded this morning will make leaps and bounds progress in terms of understanding what is and is not possible. But Miriam, please add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. The only thing I would add, Mark, is that it is not common for restoration designs to be totally complete before we invest in a property, because those designs require time and money. And in this case, Deschutes has not owned the property for a particularly long time. In some cases, folks haven't purchased the property at all. And so we are willing to take a calculated risk with regard to this property based on the initial information that was provided in the Tetra Tech report, in combination with Deschutes Land Trust's outstanding track record in completing difficult restoration projects.
And one more, could I do?
Go ahead, Mark Webb.
So I was also just, it's one of the photos up there earlier. You've got the creek and then you've got trees, transition zone. We have been talking about wet meadow restoration primarily, and I know that they've done some thinning, it sounds like. My interest would be that I anticipate that a lot of those trees going up to the meadow are encroaching, so they're younger, and they wouldn't have been there, so you would have had a dry meadow, a transition zone. So I am curious if DLT or you all consider that when you're doing restoration. I know that typically there's a water focus, but in terms of wildlife habitat needs and the like, it's pretty important to start to push that back up. So just a comment.
And thanks for that, Mark. OWEB is about native fish and wildlife habitat, in-stream, riparian uplands, ridgetop to ridgetop. So absolutely take those things into consideration.
Mark Labhart.
Thank you, Barbara. So the first couple questions, Miriam, I noticed that the public meeting that was required with OWEB had one person attending and expressed a concern about water rights, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Is that correct? And I don't know if Natasha wants to weigh in or not, but what the one person that attended the public meeting?
Renee, would you like to take that question since you were there?
I will take that question. Mark, for me, the audio was going in and out a bit, so if I missed something, please follow up. So because we would hold a conservation easement on this fee simple purchase, we do convene a public hearing for those land acquisitions. Only one person was in attendance. It was a county commissioner. He was very communicative about both the engagement that DLT had completed, awareness of the concerns of the adjacent landowner about the water rights, and then did I think, have a couple comments related to some of the affordable housing challenges in Deschutes County, and just more of a, I think, comment than a question of how would OWEB solve this. And then a comment related to potential for transitioning out of ag, and just some of the cultural impact, I would say, related to that. In terms of the DLT engagement, they have done a lot of work with the city of La Pine. Why more folks didn't turn out for the public hearing, maybe because they felt as though their voices had been heard before. I don't know if that's the case. We advertise very broadly when we hold a public hearing for a land acquisition grant application, so I'm not exactly sure what did lead to the low turnout. It was early January.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me okay. I'll get the mic up a little closer. So, and Tasha covered this a little bit, but it sounds like there was a significant outreach prior to that public hearing with various groups. So I had the privilege of spending the majority of a day on the property touring with Land Trust staff, and got to meet some of the staff out there. And one of the things that I think they might have left out is, and they mentioned just a little bit, but the coordination with the Forest Service is going to be really key with this, and that there is a strong tie and a relationship with the Forest Service, because this property bordered the Forest Service, and then of course the creek goes on up into Forest Service property. So they're going to reach out and have built that relationship with the Forest Service to have this as a kind of a joint project of this parcel and Forest Service parcels to restore that creek. I was very impressed with what the Land Trust had done, their due diligence. I was impressed with Natasha's work on this. I think it's a really good opportunity for a purchase with our funds, so I'm going to strongly support it. Thank you.
All right, Jamie?
I'm very excited to see this project before us. I've driven by this parcel, I don't know how many times, and it's really a treasure for this area and a real special part of the region. And I can attest, I've seen the for sale signs up for a long time. The city is expanding, but this is also a unique moment to really protect and restore this area, but it will be a huge asset for the city in the long term. So this, I think, is a real win-win opportunity. As my colleagues know, Deschutes Land Trust is well known and respected and trusted steward in the region, and so the perfect steward for this land. And it's just, when we look at this project, this is a perfect example of what folks had in mind when they established this grant opportunity. I think it meets so many of those criteria. So I'm really excited that's before us, and Chair, I'm happy to make a motion when the time's appropriate.
Thank you. Chris, and then Gary.
Yeah, this is more of a general question about the acquisition program when properties go to a land trust like Deschutes, or if in this case part of the parcel is transferred to Forest Service. Is there concern expressed by the general public, by the county, regarding taking property off tax rolls that provide public benefit for schools, roads, et cetera?
Miriam, do you want to take that?
Sure. Thanks. It's a good question. There has over time been concern intermittently raised by the board about properties being removed from the tax rolls. Our grantees are typically nonprofits. They do have the ability to remove property from the tax rolls if they wish. However, we encourage them to consider paying taxes or taxes in lieu. And in this case, Deschutes has indicated that it will pay taxes for this property. And so that concern in this case is not present. Of course, the portion of the property that is being transferred to the federal government is a different story.
Gary, and then Jamie, your hand is still up. Did you have another comment? Okay, Gary, please.
Thank you, Renee and Miriam. Just one question about the water right. I know in this area that there's a refuge system got declared new beneficial use some years back in the 90s for wildlife use, for for water right. And I just wonder what the rules are in stream water use as compared to wildlife use, and if maybe if that had been considered, where you're talking about reconnecting the floodplain, possibly spreading the water out over a wider region than just keeping it in stream. So I just wonder if that had been a consideration at all of a different beneficial use for that water.
Miriam, any insights?
Thanks for that question. I don't have an answer for you at this time. What I can tell you is that Deschutes will go through a thorough process of examining the water rights for this property and determining how to make them, I guess I would say, most useful for fish and wildlife. What that process will look like and what the ultimate outcome will look like, I don't know at this point. Deschutes does intend to transfer them in stream when restoration is complete, and that's a process that I'll work with them on throughout the due diligence period. I realize that may not be the most substantive answer, but I don't have more information at this time. All of the aspects of the water rights will be thoroughly considered during due diligence.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Lindsay and then Meg.
Thank you. Hi, this is a question about the stewardship funding. So forgive me if I missed this in the board packet, but it looked like maybe about a percentage has been raised. The target hasn't been met. My questions are around what is that target figure? Where do those funds come from? And if enough is not secured, is that a deal breaker?
Miriam, do you want to take that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it is not, I'm not sure I'm going to answer, there's a number of sub-questions. I'm not sure I'm going to answer them in the right order. So remind me if I missed something here. It is not unusual for a land trust to have not completed the process of stewardship fundraising by the time they purchase a property. The important thing to know here is that Deschutes has a plan for raising the remainder of the funds necessary. They provided a stewardship calculator with their grant application materials that has that projected amount, and they've gone through a budgeting process to show that that amount will be sufficient for carrying for the property from year to year. It does not include the restoration funding. It's more of the year-over-year funding, such as for maintenance of gates and signs. That's a basic example. So they do have a specific plan. They think their fundraising will be done in 5 to 6 years. And actually, an update on that is that they recently received 2 bequests for stewardship funding specific to this property. I'm not sure I've gotten at all parts of your question.
Meg.
Thanks, Barbara. I have, excuse me, 2 questions. Do you guys know in just the ballpark for how much water we're talking about and for the in-stream transfer?
Miriam, do you remember?
I can provide a little bit of information about the water rights, recognizing that I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone because I am not a water rights expert. Natasha Bellis from Deschutes actually has a significant amount of experience with water rights, having come from Deschutes River Conservancy. So as I understand it, there are 282 acres of primary surface water rights. The total rate is about 4 cubic feet per second. And that there are also 2 supplemental storage rights from Paulina Lake that's conceptually equal to approximately the top foot of the lake. The certificates range in priority date from 1899 to 1908. And the 1899 certificate's the most senior water right on the creek. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Miriam. But I had one other question related to both. There's a statement in here that the extent to which the property can be restored is not known at this time. And also there's the whole recreational aspect. But I'm assuming, since we're here with a recommendation to approve, that the staff and the Deschutes have pretty high confidence that both of those, that we're going to get to a restoration level that OWEB is comfortable with, and a restoration and recreation level, I guess, that OWEB is comfortable with.
Yeah, thanks for that, Meg. And I think Mary mentioned this earlier, maybe in response to Mark, is it's a calculated risk, knowing that the restoration design analysis, the more detailed one still needs to occur, but the potential, including based on the feedback from multiple technical subject matter expert reviewers we had, really seems worth that calculated risk. So I think, from that perspective, we could report back as we know more. But I think it would be a smart investment based on the overall review criteria based on administrative rule for the program.
Okay, thank you.
Bruce, and then Mark Labhart.
Yeah, I'd venture to say it's almost bold.
And innovative.
I really appreciate the amount of information that you include in the application on this type of a acquisition. When we are being asked to basically repay a loan for a purchase that has already taken place, I would appreciate seeing in that type of an application a copy of the original term sheet from the loan. I'd just like to see what they bought, how they bought it, just the general information of what they got. And that should all be available, I would think, public record as a term sheet. So that would help me. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. Miriam, can you speak to that in terms of some of the materials we receive that we do provide a bit of confidentiality filtering on for land transactions?
Yeah, you bet. So we have received all of the materials, Bruce, that you described and looked at those as part of our project soundness review. We do assist in helping, we help our applicants maintain some level of confidentiality for their transactions until those transactions are complete. We take that approach across the board rather than trying to parse information for applications that are reimbursements as opposed to not. So there's just a certain level of confidentiality afforded for transaction-specific information, such as a purchase and sale agreement or an appraisal. Once the transaction that OWEB is being asked to fund is complete, then that information is available to the public if they should request it.
Thank you.
Any follow through on there, Bruce?
I understand. No, I'm not. Okay. I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Mark Labhart and then Mark Webb, please.
Yeah, just to follow up on the risk, and I think Renee and Miriam can probably attest to this also, but the Deschutes Land Trust has a long track record with OWEB, purchasing properties and other acquisitions that they have, and they have a huge amount of credibility. They follow through on what they say. They do what they say, and so I think the level of risk there is based upon their past experience, and of course, there's always a level of risk for the future, but based on their past experience and their due diligence that they do for projects that they acquire, I think we can assume, at least I can assume, that they will do what they say in terms of following through on what they're going to do with this project. Thanks.
Mark Webb.
Yeah, despite my concern taking ag ground out of production, I appreciate that this was probably going to be platted for houses and the like. I'm curious, do y'all have any sense from the early 1890 photos or anything about what this was like? Was it actually mostly marshland? Because for somebody like me, that gives me greater confidence that it can be restored if that's what it was, so that our expectations aren't realistic.
Miriam?
From the information, Mark, that I have seen, including historic maps, this property was a better functioning version of itself a long time ago. And so I think that restoring this property is entirely feasible. The question becomes the infrastructure constraints and how to accommodate them.
All right. Okay, Liza Jane, please.
With full respect for our staff and all the work you do, I am not in favor, will not vote to approve this acquisition, and I want to tell you why. First, taking land out of ag production is, in our state, currently the loss of farm ground and productive ground is in crisis. There are so many people looking for access to land to produce food. So 2 years of a property this size being for sale that's not sold, that's, in my experience, is nothing. With our land use laws, this is not going to become a subdivision. Maybe it could be 225 something acres divided into 3 parcels, I believe, but we're at 160 for exclusive farm use, so it's not a subdivision threat. I haven't been convinced this land is hurting. It could be improved, but it could be improved in my beliefs while also in production. So the answer I saw to that point through the response was, well, we're not ranchers. And that was it. We're not ranchers, so we're not going to do that. I'm also concerned about this person who wrote to us and said they weren't aware, they're worried about all the work they're doing and would it be affected, and plus their water right. And with these senior rights that would be held along with this property, their response was, we will work to ensure. And if it was my water right and I was being told, we'll work with you to ensure, it wouldn't be enough. It's too critical. That we'll do our best to help you is not strong enough from my perspective. Yeah, I just wonder how much is enough for recreation and for trails and for people to come out and enjoy. It sounds like, there's the Western Rivers has 655 acres, the Forest Service has however many acres. We're going to add 700 and some more acres. It seems like a lot. It seems like a giant preserve, which is great, but it's all coming out of ag production. I don't think it's necessary. And so that's where I stand on that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, it's my turn. I have been very conflicted on this one because at Yamhill Saltwater Conservation District, we have a lot of holdings. We have 2,500 acres in our county. And we did take a couple of small parcels out of production, but they did not have water rights to them. And they were surrounded by wildlife preserves, wildlife habitat. So we just enhanced the corridors. Taking this out of production with senior water rights just really is what's leading me to a no vote today. I completely respect DLT, the staff's time, the staff's input. And I have so many notes on this. And I think Miriam even said it's a very isolated piece of property. And then if you're going to open it up to the public, what that impact is going to have on it. These are just some of the things that come to mind. And I think I'm just going to leave it there myself. So thank you.
I just wanted to mention, I absolutely respect all of the philosophical perspectives that our board have. That's why we have the diverse board that we have. I did want to mention that in working with the governor's office to identify ways that OWEB can help contribute to climate resiliency through our programs, that flow restoration is a really important element of that, being able to help support in-stream flows, particularly in an area of the basin where spotted frog is a concern. So I did want to note that that value associated with this project. And then also note that while recreation is an element that it's going to be allowed on the property, the principal purpose of the acquisitions program is for fish and wildlife habitat restoration. So that is really the primary goal for this acquisition.
And just a brief follow-up to what Stephanie mentioned, the conditions that you received in the email on Friday, I think last year, maybe during a land acquisition item, Meg said, this feels like quite a lot of conditions. We outline expectations to adhere to the funding via conditions. And so making sure, to Steph's point, that the recreational use is really leveraging existing roads or trails, native surfaces, and that it is managed in a way that will not put those core native fish and wildlife species and habitat intentions around Measure 76 funding at risk.
All right, Liza Jane, Mark Labhart, then Bruce.
I just want to expand on a thought, thank you for this moment, that it's possible, it's just possible that the Nature Conservancy has a 38,000 acre preserve in Wallowa County, getting all kinds of great work done, and they support the community by allowing grazing. So grazing can be a great tool in restoring ecological function on a property, and to just shut that down as a possibility is part of what's stuck in my craw.
Mark Labhart.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if this helps or hinders, but the
Mark,
property.
can you put your microphone closer up, please?
Okay, is that any better? Is
Absolutely.
that any better? Oh, okay. So this property is located on the ancestral lands of the Klamath tribes, and the Land Trust has been in active communication with the Klamath Tribal Council on this property regarding how best to collaborate with the tribes on the restoration and interpretive signage of this. And I don't think that's been brought forward. The other thing, when I was touring this property with staff, it's located right next to a subdivision. And so it hasn't been ag land for a long time. I think economically it's very, I'm not a farmer, but I can tell that it hasn't been managed very well from an ag perspective. Doesn't mean it couldn't be managed well from a perspective in the future. But I also believe pretty strongly what Stephanie said. This is an opportunity where fish and wildlife, particularly fisheries on this creek, can benefit from those water rights and the restoration of those water rights back into the stream and improving the habitat in the riparian areas. And I don't recall that there's spotted frogs on the site. I don't recall that there was or not. I don't know if Natasha could tell us or not. But anyway, I think that needs to go into that. So I don't think you're going to turn it back into a farm right next to a subdivision that's got houses and those kind of things on there. And I think this probably is I'm trying to argue a little bit toward maybe this is the best use of this property. So thank you.
Bruce?
So reading the description that we have, I was not able to get a good sense of to what extent it was actively engaged in agricultural production. It seemed like there might have been some grazing at some point, but as far as any row cropping or anything, I didn't get a sense that there was anything but animal agriculture and that it hadn't been in place for a while. Historically, I have voted against acquisitions of working lands unless they have had an extensive effort to make them available to remain working lands. I'm intrigued with this property and the reconnection into the upper Deschutes, the little Deschutes. I think that cold water refugia has great opportunities and great potential to improve fisheries habitat in that area. So I would like to support this, but like I said, I didn't get a great sense of to what extent this was an ag parcel. And maybe you can fill in some blanks.
we know it's zoned ag. We know it was for sale for 2 years prior. I don't know when the last active grazing was. Miriam, do you?
I can say generally that there was a lease in effect a couple of years prior that the property had been used to grow some alfalfa, but that it had been fairly extensively, I guess I'd say plumbed, quite a bit of infrastructure necessary to try to grow alfalfa in cells out next to the creek. And that was an endeavor that ultimately the property owners stopped because my understanding is that it was not economically viable.
So in the, is this the staff report? No, this is from the public hearing. It says livestock grazing has been a traditional use of this property. With DLT ownership, this use will go away. So just on the public hearing. Jamie, your hand is up.
Yeah, and it seems just to say that we've gone into deliberation prior to in early stages. So I will say I have not walked this property as some of my colleagues have, but will say that from the visual of going by and seeing it, I thought the entire area was actually a wetlands to Mark's original question, because that's been the appearance of it for a long time. I've not seen, although in driving by, it's been, occasional or not high frequency drive by, but in seeing the area, I've not seen cattle on it. So even if there was a lease, it was not used extensively. To my previous comments, what really makes this a unique opportunity for this property is that this area is growing and expanding, and the pressures that would be on this property, it's not an isolated area. So with respect to both our co-chairs, the dynamics of this area and this region are very, very different from what we're seeing in Wallowa County and even the more rural parts of the Willamette Valley. It's right along the 97 corridor. There's tremendous expansion in the Lapine area on other parts of the town. And so there'll be pressure on this area to expand next. And as we know in the legislature, there's all sorts of discussions of going beyond the Measure 100 protections of rural lands, or of ag lands. So this is an opportunity in my mind to really help preserve this to be it will very much be a corridor within the next 2 decades, with the dynamics that are happening in this area and around this area. So I think this is a unique opportunity for this location in an area that is expanding massively and has a lot of pressure for expansion for housing and other development. And then also, we have a partner, and the opportunity to have a partner that would step in and manage these resources to really preserve and protect. One of the requests we got, and it seemed that there was general consensus yesterday, was that seeing the mission and vision and strategic plan of OWEB to be, yes, to restore, but also to protect lands. And given the dynamics happening in this area, in this region, this would be an opportunity to really protect this land for the stream, for habitat and other pressures that are on this area. So I think it's an excellent project. I hear my colleagues and the concerns, and I share those concerns generally across our state, but I think this is a situation where it's a great opportunity to move forward, because there will be the long-term benefit will be realized just in the next couple decades. And again, I'm happy if we are in deliberation and a motion needs to be made. I don't know if there's still questions going on, but I'm happy to make a motion if we are in that stage.
Mark Webb would like to jump in for a minute.
Well, I just want to say first, I'm glad it's not clear where we're at, because I feel really good about that. So I feel like if houses are going to be built, it's a really good use of ground. If they're not going to be built, I have some concerns that y'all have shared. But what my interest is also, and I don't know that you can address it here, but senior water rights that are purchased and put in stream impact all junior right users downstream. And so I don't know if we can address in the future, but the impact goes beyond the 734 acres in terms of the choice to other ag producers. And I do think it would be nice if OWEB could figure out a way to take into account all of that, reasonably speaking, even if we don't have a lot of those people talking. And I say that because it's not the case for every rancher or irrigator that I know, but the in-stream rights as used or pushed by ODF&W as well as Oregon Water Resources Department have sometimes really compromised or made it difficult for people in the ag business to do what they were doing before. So just to comment about, is there a way that we can take into account what that senior water right is really going to mean for downstream users who are serious about ag production, who do take care of their ground, rather than just this plot of ground?
Thanks for that, Mark. We can talk through how to maybe differently account for that in the land acquisition grant application for future cycles.
So Mark, at the Department of Agriculture, we call that cumulative impacts. And that's, you just got to take it all into account. So
you're doing that, I just wasn't aware of it.
no, at the Department of Ag, not here,
okay.
not here. But that's what that's one of our focuses is the cumulative impacts on what's happening out in the surrounding areas of agriculture. So, Bruce.
I have one other question, and that's regarding the Klamath Tribe. The statement that this was historic tribal property, and we've addressed it a number of times in the DEI EJ statement, and that we're going to be looking at. Has there been any consideration in ownership of this moving to the Klamath Tribe as opposed to staying with the land trust? Are we aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. It doesn't mean that there hasn't been a conversation, but we would have to talk with Deschutes Land Trust about the nature of their discussions with tribal council.
The returning of historic lands where it makes sense, where it's appropriate, and this looks like a place where at least a discussion might be held.
All right, go ahead, Meg, please.
Last comment. I may not have complete information, I'm sure I don't have complete information about this, but to Mark's point about injury to other water users, I think that the Water Resource Department attempts to take that into account when they determine how much water can be transferred in stream. And maybe they're not getting it right, because it sounds, Mark, like you know personally of people who have been negatively impacted, but that is what happens in the department, is that they attempt to take that into account. It's just a FYI.
All right. Anything else? All right, I would entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion, and I move that the board award funding for the land acquisition grant as specified in attachment A with project-specific funding conditions provided to the board prior to this meeting.
I second that.
It's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Lindsay. Is there further discussion? Will you do roll call for me, please? Thank you.
No problem. You ready? Okay. Lindsay McCleary. Aye. Kelly Coates is absent. Gary Marshall.
No.
Liza Jane McAllister.
No.
Bruce Buckmaster.
Aye.
Jamie McLeod Skinner.
Aye.
Barbara Boyer.
No.
Mark Webb.
In the microphone, please.
Yes.
Mark Labhart.
Yes.
Lizette Powa.
With all respect, no.
And Meg Reeves.
Yes.
That is 4 no's.
Okay, motion does not pass. So thank you all for the great discussion. And I think we're moving on to a tour. No. Oh,
One more.
whoops. Sorry, pay attention. Oh, yeah, we do have one more. I'm so
Yep.
sorry.
We're in our agenda at item J, which is the CCAA landowner.
We have our
Extension,
item I2. Oh,
time extension.
We
Oh, the
do.
extension. Oh, gosh. I was so ready to get out the door.
No, this is good.
Yeah.
It's me. It says this is me.
Yep.
I was ready to get out. I was ready to bolt out the door.
So we will hopefully be able to,
Yes.
this quick.
Okay, so we're still on Agenda I, and we are going to get a request for a time extension, please.
So-
Thank you, Renee.
Miriam, do you want to quickly walk the board through? Thank you.
Yes, the staff's recommending the board extend the closing date for the Sayusla Land Acquisition Project, which is grant 221-9903-19500, funded by the board at its October 2021 meeting. As background, as mentioned previously this morning, every land acquisition grant awarded by the board is subject to conditions, and those need to be met before the funds are released for the transaction. If a grantee doesn't satisfy the conditions of a board award, including closing the transaction within 18 months, the board may authorize continued encumbrance of all or part of the awarded funds, or it may rescind the award in accordance with administrative rule. The Sayusla project involves an award of grant funds to the Nature Conservancy for the purchase of land in Lane County, and TNC intends to convey the property to Mackenzie River Trust for long-term ownership. At the time of the board award, the Sayusla project was assigned a closing deadline of April 27, 2023, in accordance with administrative rules. In April 2023, the board approved extending the closing deadline to April 2024 because project activities had been slowed by several factors, including the land use process necessary to complete the transaction. So at this point, TNC has purchased the property from the private seller. It did that in January, and it's nearly done with due diligence necessary to convey the property to Mackenzie River Trust. The project partners need a bit more time to complete the baseline inventory documentation, which is a document that underpins the conservation easement, and then they need to complete preparations for closing. The project momentum is very good. This has been a complicated transaction involving a mix of grant funding. OWEB staff confident the project will be completed with the additional time being recommended. So accordingly, we recommend that the board extend the closing deadline to December 27th, 2024 for the project.
All right, do we have any questions or comments on this? If not, I'd entertain a motion, please.
I'd move we do that.
There you go. In your microphone, please.
Is there something to read?
That was that. Oh, I have those. I'm out, sorry.
It's on the
I
back.
don't have it.
It's on the
Somebody
back.
else can do
Oh,
it.
it's on the back.
No, it's at the bottom of the first.
So I'd move that the board extend the closing deadline to December 27th, 2024 for the Sayusla Land Acquisition Project. Grant number 221-9903-19500, with all other conditions of the project remaining unchanged.
And I will second that.
All right. It's been moved by Mark Webb, seconded by Liz. Discussion.
Yes. Was based on what has just occurred, was that 245 acres ever agricultural?
It was at one time. It's a diked former tidal wetland that is reverting to tidal wetland through failing infrastructure. The party that sold this property to the Nature Conservancy said that they could no longer run a viable ag operation on this property, given that it is former tidal wetland.
Declined it. Declined it.
It's just wanting to maintain some consistency. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Jamie, you're still laughing, but I haven't heard you say aye.
I just thought it was a very well taken point, Bruce. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I don't stand in the way of this project.
Thanks. All right, all the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now you go. Very good.
Okay, now we're at item J. The CCAA landowner presentation. Eric and Kobe.
Being a little snotty.
Yes.
Here, have a Tootsie Roll.
Yeah. Now we're throwing things. But it's candy.
You're welcome.
But it's candy. Yeah, it's candy. Throw candy at me all day long.
I went through it all, so I'll talk.
Did you get what I emailed you? Did you see what I emailed you?
Barbara, this is Mark.
Yes.
Info.
Go ahead, Mark.
I don't know if you heard me on the last one. I'm going to abstain on that last vote.
Oh, I did not. Thank you.
Yeah,
Did you-
thank you. I want to try to ensure some consistency. So I'm
Nicole,
going
did you
to
get that?
abstain from voting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you want to start the actual? Yeah.
Bruce, this is page 512.
I'm on 510. This won't take long. I'm there. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Co-Chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator. And we're really excited to be going out on a tour later this afternoon to see some sage grouse projects. And in order to kind of set the stage, we have this agenda item. We have Jennifer Boisvert, who is the CCAA Coordinator for the Baker Local Implementation Team. And I'll let Jennifer tell you what a CCAA is. And we also have Ben Norton and Bruce Hummel, who are local landowners in Baker and Union counties, and they're going to tell you their experiences with CCAA program and sage grouse conservation in general. So with that, I will pass it over to, I believe, you, Jennifer.
Thank you. My name's Jennifer Boisvert, as he said. Talk to you a little bit about our program here in Baker and Union County. Just to give you a little program history, the sage grouse was petitioned to be federally listed back in the early 2000s. In 2014, landowners in Harney County, Oregon, approached the Fish and Wildlife Service asking what they could do to protect themselves if it ever got listed. And so Fish and Wildlife Service and the counties and the county landowners put this program together, which is called the Candidate Conservation Agreement with Assurances Program. So in 2014, 4 additional of the counties here in Oregon that are in sage grouse habitat also created those permitting programs. So from 2014 to currently, we are enrolling private landowners in sage grouse habitat areas, their private lands, into this program. In 2021, we created a big database to try to put all this information and data in so that we could protect it and also have it in one place to coordinate across the different counties. Just to give you an idea how this all works, a county landowner who knows about the program fills out a letter of intent, interest in the program. That then goes to the county coordinator, which is my position here in Baker and Union. Then that gives us permission to start working with that landowner to look at their property, the size of their property, what kind of habitat they have, and work with them on that. We come up with what's called a site-specific plan. We have a draft of that. We go back to the landowner, work with them some more on what they feel like they can implement and what works well for them. And then we come up with this final plan and we submit that to the US Fish and Wildlife Service at that point. And then they decide whether it's ready to be enrolled in the CCAA program. It doesn't stop there. That's a 30-year program. So it kind of goes back and forth. We do annual reports with them every year to capture that data and the monitoring going on the things that they're working on for sage grouse. And then every 5 to 10 years, we rewrite their plan for them so that we're staying up to date on things that are happening and changes that are happening. So just to give you definitions, the actual candidate conservation agreement with assurances is the overall big program that we've designed. That's kind of the legal thing that protects them if the sage grouse was to get listed. It is still always a voluntary agreement, so they're able to leave the program at any time that they want. The site-specific plan, or the SSP, is their unique kind of ranch prescription. So each landowner has their own plan designed in a format and structure that follows the CCAA, but it applies to their property specifically. Just to give you a little background on where we are at this point, in all of Oregon, we have, I may get corrected on this, I think we have 7 counties that fall into this in southeastern Oregon. Harney County was the very first county, and you can see that over time from 2015, they have been the majority of the enrollments, and then we're bringing all these other counties online and getting more interest from folks in the other counties. So at this point, we have over 61 landowners in the state enrolled in the program. And that's 6,444, 718 acres enrolled into the CCA after about 9 years. Specifically in Baker and Union County, if you kind of look at this map, the gray down at the bottom in Southeast Oregon is public land, and then all the orange is private. So you can see that here in Baker and Union, we have kind of a bigger job to work with the private landowners. Almost 70% of our sage grouse habitat is stewarded by our private landowners. So currently we have 8 landowners enrolled in the program, 2 of which are sitting here with me today. And we've got 46,167 acres enrolled currently. Within that we have enrolled, we kind of break it up as priority habitat and general habitat. Priority habitat is that where we have kind of our strongest core of sage grouse populations right now. So about 50% of the land acreage that we have enrolled in the program is in that priority habitat. Another 45% is, or 44% is in general, and then we've got a little extra non-sage grouse, but that's often riparian zones and the creeks that the sagebrush is all around, and is also important for sage grouse in a lot of ways. So looking forward, we have 8, like I said, we have 8 landowners enrolled. We've got 1 who their plan is almost completed and almost about to go to the Fish and Wildlife Service. We have 2 more landowners that are currently mapping out their properties and working with them on their plans. And then we've got 4 more letters of intent that are sitting on the desk waiting for us to get started on it. So to me, that's a very positive note that we have people signed up and waiting. And here's just a last breakdown of our timeline here in Baker and Union. So from 2015, when we started our program here, to 2017, we had 5 landowners and almost 30,000 acres enrolled. 2020 to 2023, we had 3 more landowners, another 16,000. Currently, with all those in progress and the letters of intent, knowing their acreage, we've got another 7 landowners that we hope in the next 3 years we can get another 35,000 acres enrolled. So that would put us at just over 80,000 acres here in Baker and Union. These are two of very brave landowners. If you know any of these ranchers, they're not always comfortable sitting in big rooms like this, talking to people. So I heard this statement from both of them, and it gets passed around quite a bit. What's good for the bird is good for the herd. And I think both of them have great stories about how they believe in this, and it really applies. So this is Bruce Hummel here. Him and his wife Carol own Thief Valley Ranch. And he says what is good for the sage grouse is good for a lot of wildlife. And he's going to tell you a story about how it's helping him and his wife achieve their personal objectives for their ranch. Sitting next to him is Ben Norton. He owns Norton Ranch with his wife Cynthia and his 3 kids. He says what is good to sage grouse is also good for the livestock, and he believes it now. And so he's going to tell you how it's helping him to also increase habitat for wildlife, but also is reducing his grazing use on his property over time, because he's got fatter, healthier cows or something. So real quickly, I'll give you a map of what we're looking at here. This is Baker County, and then Union's up there to the north. Bruce Hummel's Thief Valley Ranch is up in our very northern part, and he's our one landowner that crosses over into Union County right now. And then Ben's Ranch is way down in the very southern part of our range in Baker. So I'm gonna let Bruce talk to you first. Bruce enrolled, he's one of our more recent enrollees in January of 2022. He has about 5,600 acres enrolled out of his 6,100 acre ranch. 90% of his habitat or his ranch is in priority sage grouse habitat, and he's part of the kind of bigger Keating Valley area where most of our population is. Okay, you ready, Bruce?
I'm ready. Well,
and I'll work your slides.
All right, thank you. Eric, would you hand that over to Dan there? So that's our ranch's site-specific plan. And I know you won't have time to look through it, but even if you just hold it and see how heavy it is, and kind of give you a feeling for the amount of work and the amount of information that goes into that. I want to thank Jennifer for her help with my PowerPoint. She took my scribbles on a piece of paper and turned them into what you're going to see here. So you're getting a professional presentation with an amateur presenting it. So Carol and I, we have such a passion for our ranch. We love where we live, we enjoy our neighbors, and we love our community. So it's a big part of our life. It's mostly sagebrush and grasslands. We have 2.5 miles of the Powder River that have steep canyons on each side, so a lot of varied bird populations there. And then we have a Coosie Creek, which is a 2.5 mile creek that starts and ends on our property, and it's kind of like an oasis in the desert as far as wildlife goes. And then we have 130 acres of ponderosa pine forest, which provides kind of a thermal sanctuary for wildlife. 25 years ago, when we bought the ranch, we were fortunate to meet an NRCS range conservationist. His name was Alan Bond, and Alan's retired now, but he helped us understand the potential for our ranch, and he asked us to write a 1-year, a 3-year, and a 10-year plan. Just what do you want your ranch to be? And we didn't really know what that meant at the time, but we did it, and we've continued that on. And I think Alan was, I don't think they used the terms then, but adaptive management was kind of what he was helping us understand. And so the different agencies that participate are very helpful for a landowner. So as time went on, we started focusing on objectives in wildlife habitat, economic stability, and then to create a valuable place that could be sustained in future generations. So as time went on, our 2 main objectives became wildlife habitat and ranch sustainability. And ranch sustainability encompasses a lot other objectives to achieve that, but those were our two primary focuses. So we talked about what's good for the bird is good for the herd. But it's amazing how many other species of wildlife, the practices that go into saving sage grouse benefit. So this list is the ones that we've seen on our ranch that are all benefiting from the different things that we've done. It's interesting how when you start out to help one species, what else gets involved? We did some aspen restoration where we removed hawthorns. We piled the hawthorns to make quail condos. The quail loved it. The population skyrocketed. And the rabbits also found that as a great home, which skyrocketed the coyote population, which eat the quail. So yeah, sometimes it eludes you what's going to happen with what you're doing. But a biologist for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife always points out to me that, yeah, those things happen, but you got to look at the net gain. So the quail are doing great with the condos. So as we pursued ranch sustainability, we kind of looked at these different things that help that happen. Economics is such a big thing for a lot of producers. It's easy to say, leave half your range land grass and eat half. And then what happens when it's not a great year and it's time to take those animals off, take them home and buy hay? That's a great way to go broke. So getting economic stability is important. And so finding as many ways as possible to get that while still having great habitat is a challenge, but worth the objective. So the CCAA site-specific plan, a lot of the information I'm sharing with you is about our ranch, specifically about our ranch. But the thing about the CCAA is it can help producers identify, refine, and reach their goals. It gives some really great tools for that. We were fairly developed in our ranch management plan before we got involved with this. And it still provided us those things. But for a lot of producers that aren't very far down that path, it's a great introduction to it and a great advantage to them. So here's some of the tools that we got as a result of the process of a site-specific plan. And there's many of them, but I want to talk about a few in particular. I have the pleasure to serve on 3 boards, Union County Weed Board, Baker County Weed Board, and the OWEB Technical Review Team. And so I get an opportunity to see a lot of projects, and it's so rewarding to see how impactful OWEB's funding and participation is in this region. If you go back 10 years, there wasn't hardly anything being done, and it wasn't sustainable because most of the funding was for 1 year or one time, and that just doesn't accomplish a successful outcome. So OWEB's made such a huge difference in this region with the funding. So some of the conservation measures that came out of our site-specific plan that were, some we were aware of, but others were new. So out of, when we got done with our plan, we listed them out. And so those are on our 1, 3, and 10 year, depending on which they are. So even if we don't do them tomorrow, we may get them done next year or the next year. So we've got a vision of where we're heading, and the SSP really helped us focus on those and identify them. So grazing management is a big component of wildlife habitat and economic stability. And so we have a grazing management plan that we had created that incorporates resting a pasture, rotating a pasture, and deferring the grazing for a year for seeding and other reasons. NRCS had a program that we got involved with that encouraged us and taught us how to monitor the forage usage. So we do that annually to help us keep track of where we're at. So we've sold our cows, so we lease out now to somebody, and that's a challenge in itself because you can't tell them to bring 200 cows and in the middle of the season say, well, take 100 of them home. That doesn't work. So in our ranch, we leave forage behind each year for that eventuality to have the next year, so we can have some consistency that way. So one of the tools that came out of our site-specific plan is a pasture map. And ranchers name pastures weird things for weird reasons. My wife told me there was going to be no more dead animal names, dead cow, dead buck, dead goat. So
You do have cemetery.
I had to lump them all together in one pasture. But we didn't have a map that identified those pastures and an accurate fence line. We had 100 miles of old fence that we took out from different homesteads. And so this was a great tool, not just for the grazing part of it, but helped us communicate with contractors, fencing and spraying contractors. I want you to go spray cemetery pasture. And they're like, okay, that doesn't mean anything to me, but this helped with that. And even dividing the ranch into different areas that they were going to treat this year versus next year. So a very valuable tool that was unexpected that came out of this. AUMs is how we measure the usage of the cows eating the forage, and so I listed some AUMs here. Just the pair is commonly referred to as one AUM. It's one animal unit for 1 month grazing. And the wildlife component, as you can see there, an elk uses a fair amount of grass. And we usually have 200 to 225 elk. So if you're not going to account for that, you're going to be out of grass too early in the season. Jennifer got a chuckle down at the bottom how much a ground squirrel eats and a grasshopper eats. So one doesn't make much difference, but when there's 1 million grasshoppers, it's impactful. So another tool that came out of the site-specific plan is listing the AUMs by pasture. And Carol and I hadn't done that. We had a historical record of how many AUMs were used in each pasture, but when we actually wrote them down like this, when we took all the years and averaged them and wrote them down, we found that when we wanted to rest a pasture or two, when we had our AUM target, we could say, well, we can do 3 pastures by looking at the AUM numbers. So it became a great tool for that. So there's just a couple things that we incorporate in our grazing management plan. Just a little history. When we bought our ranch, it was an absentee owner who leased it out to somebody that ran yearlings. So they brought 600 yearlings at the same time every year and just grazed it till there wasn't nothing left to eat. So there was no rest, no rotation, nothing going to seed. And so it quickly degenerated into a bad situation. So the rest and rotation is very beneficial. We follow kind of the rule of thumb that we graze 50% and leave 50% of our grass, whatever is going to grow each year. So we know through historical use how many AUMs our ranch has, and there's methodology to find that right away. You don't have to have 20 years of history to do that. So a new producer can find how many AUMs are on his ranch, and then you can allocate it. We allocate 70% for cattle grazing, 20% for wildlife, and we leave 10% behind each year for that in the event that we have a drought or a fire or something else. So we use those tools to figure out which pasture we're going to rotate, and we monitor the usage so we can adjust our AUMs the next year and give our leases a bit of heads up. We try not to change it very much so it doesn't impact them. One of the other tools that we got, which was very unexpected, one of the big challenges is invasive annual grasses and noxious weeds. And out of our site-specific plan, we got some exact GPS points where Ventanana and Medusa were found that we didn't recognize, and some that we did, but some we didn't, and a map to go along with that. And that was very beneficial because we were able to have a contractor inventory those areas. You know, we had a point in how big was the infestation, and from that they created a treatment polygon, which we can use to, and we've done some, you can treat with a helicopter. You just hand that over to the helicopter pilot, goes and sprays it, sees it if it's needed. But it helped us create an overall treatment plan and a budget so we can decide how we're going to attack that. So very useful tool out of the CCAA. Carol and I are very proud of what we've accomplished. We've invested a lot of time and effort and money, but without the support of other agencies, we never would have accomplished what we have. Here listed is, I don't know, there's 14 or 15 of them. All of them have contributed to our ranch. I've probably left some off. So if there's anybody here that I left off, I apologize. But both, they participated with both knowledge and in some cases funding, but there's such a huge knowledge base when you add all these folks up. And along with the FIP in the CCAA, I'm seeing that those partners are communicating with each other more often and more frequently, and with producers. And when any one of these agencies is involved with the producer, they're now identifying the other agencies that might be helpful for that producer. So it's exponential how that's working. So very good. So I do want to take a moment and thank Emmy Tyrell, the previous CCAA coordinator, for her incredible job she did in our site-specific plan. We benefited immensely from it. And I'd like to encourage OWEB and Powder Basin Watershed Council to continue their support of the CCAA program. Thank you.
I just have to go back to this slide and show his high budget, and his low budget is his wife spraying. Okay, next we have Ben Norton. I showed you where his ranch is already. Ben is one of our older, most tenured, that's the right word, enrollees in the program. He'll be up for renewal next year. He has about 5,255 acres enrolled. We just redrew some boundaries, so we have a couple ranches down in that area, and they're now gonna be in the priority habitat, but at the time when he was enrolled, he had 54% of his ranch in general, and 46% is in other habitats, which include riparian and aspen and forest, so.
All right, so Bruce did an awesome job talking about the CCA and the specifics of it. So I'll kind of dive into some real specific conservation measures we've taken. First of all, though, so my wife and I, we both grew up ranching. Our family's ranched. That's what we want to do. That's how we wanted to raise our kids. And so a few years after we got married, we found this place in Unity, South County, and it was much like Bruce's place. It was really run down. The guy that we bought it from was kind of, he eventually went bankrupt and had to sell the whole thing. We before that purchased the piece of ground we have. So through that process, it was pretty abused. You know, there was no weed spraying program, no fencing program, no grazing plan. So we were a little naive coming into buying this place. And I'll say without, like Bruce said, without the partners' help, there's no possible way that we could have done the work we've done and have the place look like it does. The economics just aren't there in the cow business, unfortunately. But we were so appreciative of all the help we've had, both expertise and the funding. And so we've owned the place for about, this will be our 19th year. The CCAA program was a no-brainer for us because we could get out of it voluntarily with no strings attached. So that, I think that's a genius way to write this thing up, because you get us bought into it and we have assurances that we're, first of all, in the agreement, we have assurances of protection, but any reservations we have are taken care of, like future concerns, because we can voluntarily get out of it pretty easy. So it was a no-brainer to sign up. We at the point we joined, we were fairly far along in our conservation measures. We were spraying weeds, removing junipers. And so, like Bruce said, to have a plan and have an expert come out and kind of quantify some of those things, quantify some goals, do some mapping, it really helped out a lot. Our overall goal kind of developed into, we started studying why is this place like it is? Why are there so many weeds? Why are the weeds where they are? And so we start studying history. What was here before us? What happened before us? So that really led us to, what did this place look like before pre-settlement days? So that's kind of become that's our goal. It's nearly impossible, but it's a great guiding light to say what happened at this site, what was here 100 years ago before we came, and, we removed fire, we've intensive agriculture programs. And so there's a consequence for every action. So that's really helped us to see the bigger picture and to kind of set a goal. Like Bruce said, it never turns out just exactly like, biology's messy. So you do one thing and you think you're going to have this thing turn out perfectly, and it doesn't. So when we first bought the place, we recognized right off that we had a huge invasive weed problem. And I'll kind of focus in on that because that kind of consumed my life for about 10 years. It was overwhelming. My family thought I was crazy, probably was a little bit. But so whitetop was our primary weed. We've got just about every weed you can imagine. We don't have Medusa head, thankfully. But the whitetop was our major problem. And so we just started, as we could afford it, we started on one side of the ranch. Every year we do the same thing. We didn't have the money, the time to do the whole, there's no way we could do the whole ranch. So we just, for whatever reason, we just did the same thing every year. And then we're able, as we gained partners and got better methods, we spray the whole ranch now. But where we started 18 years ago, for a few years, we thought there's no hope. This is never going to turn out. We'd spray and spray, we'd come back. The first glimpse of success we saw was the cheatgrass, which is not desirable, but we'd spray out the whitetop, here comes the cheatgrass. So we're like, well, cheatgrass is a little bit better than whitetop. So we just kept going. And it took years and years, literally 8 to 12 years probably, to see an actual trend start. And once that trend started, it was amazing. And it's really exciting after you put all that work into something. Can you go back to that previous slide. So if you look across that draw, you see that's Basin Wild Rye, the white. It doesn't look too pretty because it's in the fall, but that was a monoculture white top. And that's what we started seeing. We sprayed that site for 10 or 12 years straight. And pretty soon we tried seeding. We spent a lot of money on seeding. Didn't have the greatest luck. There was a lot of failures. And what happened in the end, you see this in the foreground here, that's Basin Wild Rye. We didn't seed that. We just rested it and sprayed, rested and sprayed. And pretty soon this trend started 10 or 12 years after we started spraying. And it was like wildfire all over the whole ranch, everywhere we'd sprayed. And Jackie Couples came out with us one time on a tour, and that was probably 10 years ago, and it was right, 8 or 10 years ago, and it was right when we could start seeing a trend. And from that point on, it's been a lot easier to spend our time and resources and get people on board. Here, so the 2020 picture, you can see there's a before and after 2022. 2020, there's still some white top. We were really far along in spraying this site. We just sprayed it 15 years probably. And so you can see once that native grass kind of got over the hump and started reseeding itself, then you can see how fast it took off, and it just started dominating the sites. And that's what you see right here. You really have to look in a site like this to find the white top. One thing, here's just another site. Pretty typical of some of our bottom ground on our ranch. Really healthy stands of the native grasses, and mostly volunteer. The seed was there. We just had to help it along. And some of there's 3 keys to us for what we've found, and we've had a lot of failures, a lot of experiments. And in the end, though, the resting the pastures, getting the cattle off, spraying weeds. To rest pastures effectively, you've got to have really good fences, because you can have all the best intentions. We had some seedings that failed because cattle broke through the old dilapidated fence. So in the end, having a really good fence, having a rotation program like Bruce talked about, getting that livestock out, excluding it for a year or 2, whatever you need to, because when you're spraying those weeds, the native grasses are just vulnerable. And when they first sprout up, the cows go in and select it, and you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. So the aspens are something that I'm kind of crazy about. They're really dying out in the West. That's kind of the story of the West. And so we really focused in on we love wildlife. Our family loves to hunt. That's a big part of why we have this ranch and enjoy it. And over the years, we just see the aspen just dying out. They're becoming decadent. There's one age class of tree and they're all dying. So the obvious answer was to remove grazing, because the cows are eating all the shoots. So we went out at full steam. We fenced off fenced the creeks off, fenced some groves off, and that created a vacuum. Here come all the elk. So instead of eating most of the aspen shoots, the elk ate every single one of them. So one of those messy biology things, it just didn't work like we thought it was going to. So then moving forward, we started doing some test plots, total exclusion, no grazers allowed. So we did some on our own money. We were so excited to do something. We did some small test plots all over the ranch just to see what would happen, and it was amazing. It was. Is there another one? A couple. Yeah, right there. So there's a couple test plots, and you can see that's 2 years right in front of you. The one on my right. So we were super excited at that point. We finally did find some funding at NRCS to fence. We did 2.1 miles of buck and pole fencing, and it's pretty awesome, pretty exciting. So that picture right there, shows you kind of got to look closely. Those draw bottoms where there isn't any sagebrush, that's all basin wild rye. And so 20 years ago, a lot of that was monoculture white top. And so we just kept hammering away. And now that's kind of why I took that landscape picture up the bottom there. And it's just filling in with native grasses. The long-term planning, like Bruce said, I'm not going to talk a lot about the actual CCAA because Bruce did such a great job laying it out. We have very similar experience having a plan, having a grazing plan has really helped, and to kind of quantify, our cattle numbers. And is that the last slide? So thank you for coming here and listening to us. I think the CCAA is really important to spread out, get more landowners included. It's kind of a tough sell a lot of times, to bring us together. But I think the CCAA is something that we kind of can all agree on, especially being able to get out of the CCAA, which I have no intention of, but having that option is. Well, thank you.
You guys have been great. I want to add one last comment too that I've heard from multiple landowners in that last conclusion slide is that, for them it is a hard annual economic business. And so, the things that we can do to provide support for them that also allows, as you've seen in Ben's experience, the ability to fail a few times before you really learn how to succeed. So sometimes, they need more than 1 year of support or the money to help them out when they do fail, so.
Thank you. Bruce, you have a comment, question?
Thanks, guys. Everybody, that was a wonderful presentation. But maybe I missed something. How are the sage grouse doing?
So in our area, they're doing okay. The numbers aren't great, and which is kind of frustrating because of all the money that's been spent, all the efforts that have been made. It's kind of out of my understanding.
On our ranch, we're kind of a northern end of the productive range, but last year was the first year I've seen chicks in several years, like in 15 years. And I probably see more than a lot of people were because I'm a bird hunter and I have bird dogs, so they'll point the sage grouse that otherwise would probably go unseen. So I don't think that we're getting huge increase, but I feel like we're setting the stage for increase. So hopefully time will prove that.
Yeah, I would ditto that. I think that, it'll take time for the numbers to rebound, and as long as we can hold on to the birds that are out there while our ranchers build better habitat for them, then they'll expand. And my good note is I did get to see 42 males dancing on a lek this spring, so that's pretty big for these days, so that was exciting.
Great. Gary and then Mark Webb.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. So Bruce, how are the birds doing? And I think Ben gave a pretty good example of the important thing is really changing the trend. When they both described what kind of conditions they had when they got those lands, and then showed that, how long that it's taken to move it from really a dysfunctional, non-working biological system, by keeping after it. And eventually that it comes to that point that things start working and working on their own with the native grasses and stuff. You remove the competition and improve the biology of the area, and it'll go. And that's what's going to happen with sage grouse at some point. The CCAA is a really good tool. I have a couple properties, one at Druzy, one here at Double O, that I enrolled quite a few years back. And so what it does, it just it just gets you more engaged in your creating a vision and direction, developing strategies, and getting involved with understanding what projects you can do to improve things. So anyway, I won't go on here. I thought that was a very professional presentation, and I enjoyed it very much. I was just wish I was there so I could meet you all in person. But the OWEB, this is a perfect example why we need you need to keep these kind of people on the team, on your team, and on the land, because they're doing a lot of work out there that's are not getting compensated for monetarily, but they're at the same time they understand the importance of developing partnerships and just continuing to work in a direction that's going to improve it for a long time. Thank you, people.
Thank you, Gary. Mark Webb.
Is there any kind of monitoring program that the feds do on your ground or that y'all do aside from these particular practices in terms of counting birds or any kind of adaptive management that's led by the feds, U.S. Fish and Wildlife?
Yeah, Jackie should answer that question.
Sure. I'm Jackie Couples. I am, thanks, Bruce, with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so to be clear, sage grouse are not a federally listed bird, so they're still under the jurisdiction of ODFW. And ODFW surveys or leads partners of agencies to survey all the leks across eastern Oregon, not just in Baker County. So on private lands, most private landowners are willing to let folks come and count their leks every spring during the breeding season. We do have some folks who will actually do the counting and report that to ODFW in certain instances. But yeah, that biological monitoring does happen, yeah.
Quick question. Does this program open the doors for producers to share information with each other that may not have been open before?
Do you want to speak? Yeah.
Your identity is protected if you choose to have it stay that way. What I've found happens is that through being on those boards, et cetera, and I get an opportunity to talk to other producers, and I'm not hesitant to tell them I'm enrolled in the program. And then I find they have a lot of questions, and I find that they're sharing that information with other producers, because I'll hear then from a producer that I haven't talked to that they understand I'm in the CCAA. So I think you could remain, I'm kind of proud of my number, I'm 007. You could remain anonymous if you chose to. So I think you could have it either way.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie.
Great. First, I wanted to say thank you all for being here. This was a great presentation. Hopefully you're joining us for the tour as well. So if folks have additional questions, or at least they can ask, but I think we probably need to start getting ready to depart on the tour, and Nicole's got some logistical information for us.
Liz had a question.
Liz, I want to give you
Yeah.
room. Yes.
Thank you. I was thinking a lot during both your presentations, and yesterday and today we have had a lot of discussion about what is risk and what is bold. And I just think you've just added another layer about how do you balance risk and sleep at night, and yet have the fortitude and belief to keep going decade after decade. So thank you for that lesson.
All right, logistics.
Okay, just a couple logistics for the tour. It's gonna be, we have a little bit of a quick turnaround, so if you can deposit your stuff and meet in the gravel lot behind the building by 3 or before, if possible, so you have 5 minutes. So hurry, make sure that you dress appropriately, and make sure you bring yourself a water bottle. And then one last thing, we do have a reception here, guys are grand. It's gonna be in the Swans room, it starts at 6, and everyone is invited, so that is my thing.
Adjourn for the day. We did. We're adjourned for the day. Thank you.